Hello everyone, Earl Henderson, Primordial Defense. Thank you for watching. I have another Monday quarterback video for you. I'm going to play this video and talk about things that are going on to better explain what's going on and talk about things that I think that are being done right and or done wrong. This video does not have a typical critical incident briefing type of format. There is no spokesperson from any agency that talks about the events of this incident. The images that you're going to see from the body cam footage to crime scene photographs, etc., these are all compiled by the Wisconsin Department of Justice Criminal Investigations Division. They were the ones who conducted the investigation into this officer-involved shooting, and their website has all the videos, photographs, and the investigative report on their website. However, there's no step-by-step presentation of all that information. It's just all the raw data thrown up there for people to go through themselves. So what I've done is I have reviewed all of this information, looked at all the videos, and read the entire report, which is almost 1,000 pages long, and I have put together the timeline of the events that have occurred and breaking that down like I normally do in the other Monday quarterback videos. So since this particular incident has so much information with it, all kinds of footage, all kinds of photographs, and nearly 1,000 pages of reports, I will have two different videos on this incident. The one video will be me doing a breakdown of the events, of what happened, and giving some explanation about what's going on, and etc. And then the other video will be the entire caseload of information without any commentary. It'll be all the body cam footage played, it'll be all the photographs in a slideshow, and it'll be page by page the entire investigative report. And you can pause the video on that one to read all the pages of it and everything. So, without further ado, here we go. To the left is Officer Emily Bradenbach. To the right is Officer Hunter Scheel. Emily is an officer with Chetek Police Department, and Hunter is an officer with the Cameron Police Department. These are two small police agencies in the county of Barron in Wisconsin. I am a firm believer that the lessons that we learn are written on the tombstones of others. The dead always have something to teach us. And so in this video breakdown that I'm going to do, I want you to keep that in the back of your mind. The lessons that we learn are written on the tombstones of others. When you or someone goes to a doctor's office for health related issues due to obesity or cancer from smoking or whatever, the doctor is clinical in his conversations with the patient. The doctor will point out, well, you drink a lot of sodas, you eat a bunch of cookies, eat chips, you do not exercise. This is why you are obese. And if you do not change what you're going to do, you're going to die at an earlier age. Or you're going to develop these health complications, and it's going to lead to this. Doctor says, you smoke 2 packs of cigarettes a day, this is going to lead to this, this, and this, and you're going to die at an earlier age. When the doctor points these things out, the doctor's not being mean. The doctor's not saying, hey, you're fat in a mean, condescending way. It's just business. It's being clinical. It's being factual. And so when I point some things out in this presentation, think about it in a way of it's being clinical. There's no malicious intent to speak bad about people. There's no animosity towards people, nothing like that. It's just purely speaking the facts and being clinical with observations and commentary. Some people are going to be able to understand that. Some people are not going to be able to understand that. Some people are going to get in their feelings. I don't know what to say to you people who are going to be getting into your feelings in this breakdown, but just know that this is educational. And that is the whole point behind these Monday quarterback videos. It is educational value. And the presentation of this information can cause change in people's mindsets. It can cause change in how people do things. And if those changes can occur, then lives can be saved. That's the point. So again, the lessons that we learn are written on the tombstones of others. So let's get into the lessons. Okay, so when it comes to the footage in this incident, this video and Hunter Shields' body cam footage are probably the only two footage in this incident that really show good visuals of the incident. Emily's patrol car did not have a dash cam equipped in it. Her body camera was not turned on during this incident, so nothing was recorded from her camera at all. Hunter's vehicle had it had a dash cam in the vehicle, but it did not appear to have been activated. His body camera was activated, and it did record his shootout with the suspect. The Wisconsin Department of Justice has redacted a lot of Hunter's body cam footage. So even with the footage there, we don't get to at least hear and see everything that camera recorded. There is body cam footage from other persons who responded to this incident. Their footage doesn't really show a whole lot. The incident is pretty much already done with once other people get on scene. You'll see the body cam footage where they take the suspect into custody, but it is anticlimactic. Nothing really goes on there. The bulk of the information that you can learn from this incident actually comes from the case file for this incident, the investigative report that was done by the Wisconsin's DOJ Criminal Investigations Division. That is where a lot of educational stuff comes from this incident. So we'll do a breakdown a little bit of what we can do with this particular video that comes from a security cam footage, and it'll show the overall scene. I'll talk about some things, but there's not really a whole lot to see in this. This is going to be something that you just kind of have to listen to and hear me point things out and talk about things. It's not like any of the other body cam footage videos where you can see all kinds of stuff and learn visually from that. Alright, so this is the County Highway SS. They're going to be coming from this bend in the road right here, and the traffic stop will be conducted right in this little area right in here. So I'll pause intermittently here and there to talk about things, and then get into the other footage. So Emily was working in Chetek, and I'm assuming that's how you pronounce it. I have not heard that word pronounced before, so I could be saying it wrong, but I'm just going to say Chetek and go with that. She was working and noticed the suspect vehicle. So prior to this particular day, a deputy with the Barron County Sheriff's Office had made contact with the suspect's family member, and they described to the deputy about Perry's deteriorating mental health condition and how he had been making threats about killing police officers. He sent an email out to law enforcement in the area warning people of him, and also, of course, alerting people to the fact that he has a warrant out for his arrest. So Emily's on patrol. She notices his vehicle, and she actually calls her chief. So this is a small enough agency where the chief actually has his finger on the pulse with a lot of things. The chief probably gets out and does patrol work. So I know some places that is completely alien. You're like, what do you mean the chief does work? And other places who are used to chiefs doing work, you got to understand there are some places where the chief doesn't do any police work. The chief sits at a desk, and that's what they ride, is that desk. They don't get out in a patrol car. They don't even have a marked patrol car in a lot of places. They just have an unmarked car. And sometimes the chief of police in some places doesn't even wear a uniform. They wear a suit and tie. So this community is so small, that's not like that. The chief has an active role in being a police officer. So she calls him, talks to him on the phone about her citing this guy, and they have a conversation about the email. She acknowledges the fact that she's read this email, and Chief tells her not to make a stop on this guy without another officer present. So she gets into contact with Hunter since they're going towards the village of Cameron, and they coordinate with each other about this traffic stop that they need to make on this guy. So what you're going to see is these three vehicles coming down the bend and then getting right into here. The first vehicle is the suspect vehicle. The second vehicle is just a citizen. Third vehicle is Emily. When Emily activates her emergency equipment, she goes around the second vehicle and gets behind the first vehicle to make the stop. There is an interview that is made with that citizen from that second video after the incident. And that person recounts, what they observed, etc. So while that is occurring, while she drives around that citizen, gets behind Perry, and is having him pull over, you see Hunter come from this direction, and he kind of makes a little three-point turn in this driveway right here and then pulls in behind him, and then the action, so to speak, starts from that point. So I'll play it. They're coming around the bend right now. One thing that citizen had mentioned in their interview is when they passed Perry's vehicle, they could see him reaching in the back of the vehicle, grabbing something. So there you see Emily with her emergency lights activated, pulling in right behind him. That citizen's vehicle is in the back. Now you see Hunter's truck pulling in. It was also noted in the interview that a passerby could hear Emily yelling commands at the suspect. And this is where the suspect gets out of the vehicle and starts his attack. You'll see a blur box. You can't even see a whole lot from this angle anyway. I don't know why they put the blur box over it, but that's something that I suspect they did out of respect for Emily and Hunter. not to show the image of them dying. The dog in the roadway is Canine Grizz. That was Emily's dog. The dog is not a patrol canine. It's not trained in apprehension or drug detection. It is a compassion dog. I forgot what the word I was looking for. It's like a therapy dog of sorts. Something I guess they did to have a dog to go to public schools and stuff like that. So she actually has a canine partition in the back of the vehicle, and one side is for prisoners, the other side is for the dog. And there's an opening in the middle of the cage there, and the dog can just kind of go in and out from the front of the cab. So this other vehicle, let me back it up. So this other vehicle approaching is a deputy from Barron County Sheriff's Office. She arrives on scene, and at this point she sees him and she can see the officers, and she decides to gas it and get down here to get as far away from them as possible to get turned around and disengage from the suspect. She stated in her report that she was worried that he was going to kill her, and that she was going to wait for other people to get there before going forward and doing anything. Let me back this up just a little bit more, kind of go back into the beginning of this thing as it happened. Alright. So we see Hunter getting turned around. And I wish I had the ability to do like a zoom in on this thing, but I don't have good video editing software capabilities. So pretty much it looks like when he pulls in behind her, you see him get out. You barely see him. He gets out. He's walking to the behind of her vehicle and is going to come around to the side. That's when Perry opens his vehicle door, and the fight is on from there. Instantly kills Emily. Hunter retreats back to the rear of his vehicle. They're exchanging gunshots at this point. He experiences a malfunction with his gun. He goes forward of his vehicle. Perry maneuvers himself around and then shoots him right about this time right here. Perry was wounded by Shield. Shield was able to shoot him in the leg. I don't think that was intentional. Him shooting Perry was intentional. That's what he was intending to do. But I don't believe that he intended to specifically shoot him in the leg. I think that he was most likely aiming for Perry's center mass and missed, but got a lucky miss and hit this dude in the leg and hit his femoral artery. So he's been hit in the leg during this exchange of gunfire with Hunter. He kills Hunter, and now he's coming back to his vehicle, and he is losing a lot of blood real fast. There's actually a lot of blood coming from around this area of Emily's vehicle, going to Hunter's vehicle, and then coming back to his vehicle. Big blood trail, very noticeable. Like you can actually see the outline of his footprint when he gets back to his vehicle. So, Deputy, I think it was like Stromberg, something like that. She arrives on scene and sees this and says nope, and drives by really fast and goes down here. Now, personally, at this point, she sees this guy. He's got a weapon. She can see downed officers. Personally, at that point, it would have been green light just to start shooting this dude through her side window. She goes forward, makes that U-turn. Or not a U-turn, but makes that three-point turn. I guess it is a U-turn at that point, and then stops. So, not a great tactic in my opinion. That rifle definitely could eat her up as she's driving away. He could point it at the rear of the vehicle, start pumping rounds at her, and then as she pulls in sideways, him with the rifle, he could really start plugging rounds in the side of her door as she's turned sideways and get her there. And then of course her stopping here and then getting out, he can still engage her accurately with his rifle. So I don't think that was the best course of action to be taken for her. I think that as soon as she pulled up, saw Emily down, and then could see him, that was a green light moment. Start blasting through her side window at this guy and just fucking mag dump on him. That I think would have been the better option to do. I will get into her interview and I will expound a lot further on that point. You can see Perry around the back of the vehicle some. No idea exactly what he's doing, but he's losing blood quickly. And from the crime scene photos, some of the crime scene photos, they actually blur out portions of the ground where there's so much blood pooled. I guess they have a policy of there's, things that are too... there he is, he falls down. So he finally falls down. But I guess they have a policy where if there's so much graphic looking stuff, they obscure it. And so they put a blur box over all the blood. But there's some photos they forget to do that with, or it's at a different angle where you can't see it as much. And you can see the copious amounts of blood on the ground there. So he's down on the ground now. During this time... this deputy apparently cannot see him very well, can't see much of him. There's an off-duty couple that arrive. One is a sheriff deputy with a neighboring county, and the other is a state trooper for Wisconsin. And they arrive on scene. The husband is the one who's on the SWAT team. He gets a page requesting the backup there, and they get there. There's another couple of off duties who arrive there as well. So people are starting to get there. Let me back this up a little bit more. Alright, so she pulls in, she makes a turn, she parks. At some point, it seems like she gets back in her vehicle and I guess moves around some to try and I guess get a better view, get a better advantage point. I don't know what she's doing. It doesn't really, from what I remember in her report, really break down exactly what it was she was trying to do. You see her pull off. She kind of pulls into this area over in here. And in her body cam footage, you'll see her turning the wheel and driving around a whole lot, and talking on the radio. And these people driving by, I mean, just imagine the sight that they're seeing. Emily, laying right next to her car with the head wound, the blood pooling out. Like, I mean, very noticeable. So some of these people are going to have some trauma after this. Don't know if they could see Hunter's body very well or not. I would suspect that they probably could to some extent if they were really rubbernecking, but there would be no missing Emily. So I feel bad for some of those motorists driving by and having to see that. Now, out of all these motorists, how many were concealed carry people? I don't know. There is an interview from one couple who they talk about, they wanted to stop and help, and they mentioned that they were CPR, AED trained and certified, and they had actual medical equipment, but they had not put it in the vehicle that they were actually driving, and so they didn't have any medical gear in that vehicle to be able to use, but they really wanted to stop and help out. So when you think about you as just a regular citizen, and you come across an incident like this where you see a car pulled over, police car behind it, and you see an officer on the ground obviously hurt. Here's another officer arriving on scene. What are you going to do? Like, what is your plan of action as an armed citizen? Maybe not. Maybe even if you're not armed, if you're just a to do something kind of person. What is your plan of action going to be in something like this? Well, if you're unarmed, there's not a whole lot you can do to be able to make your way to them. The bad guy can start shooting at you and you have no way to defend yourself. If you were armed, yeah, you could most certainly react to contact at that point. Now, let's be real. If you decide to get involved in a scenario like that, where you're by yourself, you're driving, you come across this traffic stop, you see a dead officer laying on the ground, and you see the suspect, and you decide to get out and do something. Number one, that gunfight you get into that person could lead to your demise. You can get shot and killed by them. You got to think they were able to kill a trained police officer. If you have no training, all you got is concealed carry class, what do you think your odds are? So that's number one right there. Something to think about. Number two, what are you going to do when all the other police get there and you're wearing regular clothes? You don't have a uniform on, you don't have a badge on. What do you think is going to happen when these other officers get there? They don't know you. You're not in a uniform that looks like theirs. They're going to assume that you're the bad guy. So even if you do intervene, you quote-unquote save the day, you're still at risk of getting your own ass shot by the very people that you're trying to help. So that's where you have to embrace the idea that you're going to have guns pointed at you, you're going to be yelled at, and you're going to have to drop your gun to the ground. You can't take your sweet time to lower it to the ground and lay it down. You're going to have to drop it. Because the longer that gun is in your hand, the more likely you're to get shot because of it. Now, some people have a problem with dropping their guns. They don't want to do it because they're afraid it's going to leave a scratch on it. Yeah, you need to get out of that mindset. Tools have marks on them from where they get used. There is not a pristine looking hammer on any construction job site in the world. Not a one. They all got marks on them somehow. Your self-defense tool is that. It is a tool. It should have marks on it from where you're using it. So that's number 2. If you do something, you're going to be having guns pointed at you. You're going to need to be dropping that gun to the ground, and you're probably going to be handcuffed for some amount of time until the scene is completely made safe and they start piecing things together and figuring out what the hell is going on. Another thing to think about is if you do intervene and you do help that officer who's down, what if they regain consciousness at some point during that, and you start approaching them? You've got a gun in your hand. That's something you need to think about. They may not know that you were there to help them. From their perspective, they may not have seen you pull up and stop. They may be assuming that you got out of the suspect vehicle and you're coming over to finish them off. So even just going towards the downed officer can be dangerous for you. Then you got to think about things like the suspect. How are they going to be secured? Are you going to secure them? Or are you going to go grab handcuffs off that officer? Are you going to grab handcuffs out of the police car? Are you going to handcuff that bad guy? Are you going to clear that vehicle? Because there could be more people in that vehicle. That's a lot of stuff to be thinking about and be trying to do as just an armed citizen. And then the care for the officer. Do you know how to provide medical care? Do you have medical equipment with you? How are you going to communicate to the police that you're there? You're a good guy. Do you know anything about radio equipment, etc.? So the car itself may have more than one radio system in it. There are some agencies out there, there's like 3 different radios that could be in a car. They could have a VHF radio, they could have a UHF radio, and they could have like a digital 800 radio. You could grab the VHF radio, and all it is just a tactical talk around kind of radio, and no one monitors it unless they've been told, hey, switch to VHF or something like that. You may not understand what all the acronyms on the readouts are. You may not know what this one particular readout is, and they may have had their VHF set to something else, and you grab that VHF mic and you start talking into it, but it's on a channel that no one else is on, no one's paying attention to it. So the radios in the car themselves can be kind of confusing if you don't know anything about radios or setups or anything like that. The radio that is on them is probably going to be the best radio to utilize to communicate to the dispatchers with, to say, hey, there's been a shooting, this officer's down. There should be a orange colored button on the radio itself, or on the lapel mic, the little cord with the looks like a phone cord on it. It's curly. That could have an orange button on it as well. Your best bet is to press one of those orange buttons. Press it down, and you're probably going to hear a do 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 kind of like beeping noise, or it may be a flat tone like a brrr, something like that. That's an emergency button, and once you press that, that sends a signal out to dispatch saying, hey, this officer's in trouble, etc. And the dispatchers will go through a process. Once they receive that transmission, they'll hit a tone on their terminal. As an alert tone, it will go across the entire radio net, and again, it'll sound like a flat tone, like a beep. beep, and then you'll hear the dispatcher start talking. You'll probably hear them say something like, all units hold traffic, or all units, what's another terminology I've heard before? Hold traffic, hold the channel, all units hold the channel, something to that effect. Or they may say a 10 code to say everyone stop broadcasting, everyone stop talking. If they use the 10 code, chances are you're probably not going to know what the hell that 10 code is. But if they say something along the lines of all units hold traffic, all units hold the channel, something like that, that's them saying, hey, everybody shut the hell up. And at that point, that dispatcher may call out to that officer, and they'll be calling to their unit number or their beat number. So chances are you're probably not going to know what the hell the unit number is or what the beat number is, but you may hear it repeated once or twice, maybe 3 times. You may hear something like headquarters to 100, headquarters of 100, or the name of the county may be the dispatch center. They may say, Barron County to 100, Barron County to 100. So if you hear them repeat that kind of thing, they're calling that particular radio. So that would be a safe time to start talking on that radio at that point. You could just grab the mic and start blabbing, start talking into it. Say, hey, I'm Joe Blow. I was driving down the road. This officer's been shot. They're down. Send help. And the dispatchers, you'll probably hear that loud beeping noise. They'll probably send that tone out, tell everyone to hold traffic on that channel. And you may hear people in the background talking about going to channel 2 or something like that. That's everyone else knows to change their radios to a different channel, so that radio channel that everyone is on for that particular incident, they know not to be talking on that channel because it's a very critical incident at that point. So you'll probably hear a bunch of stuff on that radio going really quick. You'll hear a bunch of noises and probably a bunch of 10 codes at that point. And the dispatcher may radio back to you and start asking you questions. And they may be asking, if the person's still armed, or are you armed, etc. It's hard to say what a dispatch center will do because all dispatch centers do not operate the exact same. They may operate different from one center to the next, and it's just really hard to say what any dispatch center would do in a scenario like that. But that's something to think about as a concerned citizen who would be willing to want to stop and help in an incident like this. There's a lot more that could be going on than what you may initially think of. I'm just going to stop and help. I'll stop out and put a pressure bandage on this person. I'll stop and apply pressure to the bullet wound, or I'll stop and point my gun at the bad guy. Like, there is a whole lot more that could start unfolding, and it's not necessarily something that I encourage people to do, because if you don't have a good solid background in training or even experience, you're opening yourself up to something that you could easily die from. So you got to think, in this scenario, 2 full-time academy-trained police officers killed within 45 seconds by one guy. Now, I'm not saying that police training is the best training out there. It's not. But when you take 2 academy-trained police officers and they are murdered in 45 seconds by one guy, what do you think your odds are if all you have is a concealed carry license? Some people have a hero complex. It's almost a borderline mental health problem for them. And there's a lot of grandiose thinking they've got in their head. You're probably not going to rise to the occasion the way you think in your head you will. Just saying. Alright, enough of that. Moving on. So you see some vehicles have parked. I'll back this up a little bit more. So we saw that one vehicle kind of come in hot. So I'll back it up a little bit more. I might have backed up a little bit further. Since this is not on the YouTube platform, it's a lot harder to navigate back in the video because I can't double click on the side over here and make it reverse. I got to go all the way down here and move the play bar. But you're about to see the other vehicle come. Here we go. So he comes rolling in, and I think at this point she's yelling on the radio at him, "Hey, come down here, come down here." Boom, takes off, and then he meets up with her down here. They get out, and they identify the need that they were going to have to make the approach on them. So the person who showed up is off duty. They had received a message about this incident. They get there. That officer is unarmed. They have no gun on them whatsoever. So the female deputy who was first on scene there, she has to give that officer her handgun. So the female officer gives her handgun away to the other officer, so that leaves her with just her rifle, and the other officer there has her pistol. They start to make the approach. You see them coming up from this angle here, and then they take a position and hold it as more units get on scene. So we see another unit right here arriving on scene, and he'll park right about here. We'll see his body cam footage. It shows a little bit of the arrest team coming in and doing their thing. So at this point, they talked about they didn't know if the suspect was still alive or not, and they had talked about there was a concern that he was playing possum, and if they got up there on him, that he would turn and start shooting them. This one officer here, I believe that him or the other officer, I can't remember which one, they initially said that they thought the suspect was dead until the suspect rolled over onto his back, and then at that point they knew he was still alive. They still hold position, waiting for additional people to get there. I believe there's some radio traffic about the need to get a shield. But they're just kind of hanging out at this point. Like, no one wants to go forward. That's another off-duty arriving. And I'd have to read the reports again, but I think that off-duty had to grab that officer's rifle because he showed up to a gunfight without a gun. So that brings up another topic, off-duty police and concealed carry. You would be surprised about the number of police officers out there who do not carry a gun off-duty. And that is just crazy to me. It's asinine. Like, you're a police officer. Your job is dealing with criminals all damn day. And you may put people away in prison for years. You may Well, you're not ruining someone's life. That person has ruined their own life by their actions, but you're the one who caught them, and they're going to be looking at you as the one who ruined their life. You're the one who put them in the cage for 10 years. A lot of people may have some animosity after that. And you want to walk around without a gun? It's just, it blows my mind. It really does. This right here is a good, clear illustration of why you should always be armed as a peace officer. Even when you're not in uniform, you are, quote unquote, off duty. You should still be armed. Because as a peace officer, technically, you're never off duty. Your powers are always in effect. The moment you take that oath, you swear in, you have police powers 24/7. And, some agencies have take-home cruisers for the idea that, if something happens, a critical incident, 2 o'clock in the morning, you can very quickly respond to the incident if need be. That alone right there, if you're going to have a take-home cruiser to be able to respond at any time, then you need to be having a gun at all times. So they start to make the approach here, and you can't see some of it because of the blur box in the way, but they start to make the approach, and they go to take him in the custody. They, of course, move his weapon away from him, his rifle. They make it safe. He has a gun that is strapped to his chest and a Kydex holster chest rig kind of thing. They take that off of him and secure it as well. They talked about having to use 2 pair of handcuffs on him because he's such a big guy. Looking at images of him, I don't think he was that big. And at this point, fuck his comfort. I could give a damn about this motherfucker's comfort after he killed 2 police officers. It can hurt like hell for all I care to use 1 pair of handcuffs. Now, if a person is so obese that you physically cannot get them into 1 pair of handcuffs, then yeah, you're going to have to use 2 pair of handcuffs. But I did not think this guy was that obese. I think that his arms could have been manipulated behind his back in a manner that 1 pair of handcuffs could have been utilized. The EMS people were staged, and I think you can kind of really see their flashy lights right down there where the mouse is circling. Once they take this guy into custody, they clear them to approach, and then they get on scene. Once they start working on him, they request that the handcuffs be removed so that they can work on him. There's not a whole lot of reasons, in my opinion, to remove cuffs from someone for medical treatment purposes. You can still do everything you need to do to them when they have their hands cuffed. The only thing that could be causing a problem is trying to put an IV in them. At that point, you got other options to put an IV in a person. You do. You don't have to use their damn arm. Oops. Back that up. Pause it into the EMS stuff. If their handcuffs need to be removed, then okay, but they're still going to be restrained. They're either going to be handcuffed to the gurney or they're going to be handcuffed to the backboard that they're going onto. Their arms are going to be secured in some way so that they cannot easily start fighting. Even if it's cuffing their hands to the front of their body, they still need to be restrained in some way. They are a murderous individual who have shown extreme violence. They're an extremely violent individual. There's no reason for them to be completely unrestrained at this point. So they don't articulate about the cuffs being removed a whole lot, but from the reports it just sounds like they just took the cuffs off completely, and I am not a big fan of that. Someone who has done a crime like this needs to be restrained. They do not need to have full mobility of their arms, or even their legs for that matter. So they start working on him and giving him treatment. They load him into an air ambulance. They fly him out of there to another hospital, and he ends up dying later on. Well, he ends up being pronounced deceased later on. I would say there's probably a pretty good chance he was probably already dead before getting to where he got to. It's just that where he got to was where the pronouncing occurred. So as they start working on him, other people go to check on Emily and Hunter, and they know based off their observations that they are dead. There's no life-saving capabilities that they can do. There's just nothing you can do. Hunter's injuries are so extreme that it's very obvious. He had a lot of head trauma for being shot in the head. Just an obvious death. Like, there's nothing you can do. For Emily, she had a gunshot wound through her left eye and head area. And again, signs of obvious death and nothing to be able to do for them. So the EMS people, when they went over there and checked on them, noted that there's nothing that they could do. They asked one of the officers on scene if it was okay for them to grab bed sheets and place them over their bodies, and they very quickly did that within minutes of them taking this guy into custody. They covered their bodies so that people wouldn't be able to take photographs of the bodies and stuff like that, and to give them some dignity. So all the photographs from after this point will show a blur box over their bodies, even though their bodies have bed sheets covering them. You can't see anything anyway, but there are some images from the case file that they forgot to redact, or because they were zoomed out, they didn't think that anything could be seen. But when you zoom in, you can actually see stuff. You still don't really see anything. You just see a body sheet with some blood on it. And I'm guessing that, again, the graphicness of blood is something they didn't want to show, or out of respect to these two officers, that was just an image that they did not want circulating in the news, is two officers' bodies that you can kind of make the shape out of through the bed sheets and the blood on them. So they just put the black blur boxes over them. So not much else to really see or talk about from this video. Later on, when you see some images taken by a drone, you'll see color photographs and you'll see thermal photographs. And take note of these two ambulances right here, because when the drone flies, these ambulances are gone. They're not there anymore. But because they sat there for so long, they changed the thermography of this roadway, and you can actually still see where they were parked at through the thermal imaging camera. I've talked a little about thermography here and there in various videos. It's probably a video that I should do in and of itself, just talking about thermography. But all objects absorb thermal energy and then radiate that thermal energy out to varying degrees, and the roadway will observe energy from the sun and then release it back out. So when these two ambulances were parked there for an extended period of time and the sun was beating down on them, that changed how that particular part of the road absorbed the energy. So when these ambulances were moved out of the way and the drone flew overhead, you can literally see not just where the ambulance was parked at, but you can literally see the shadow that the ambulance casted on the ground, and how that changed how the road absorbed the thermal energy and then radiated it back out. You can actually see those shapes on the roadway. So wherever you get to that point of the videos, just know that that's what you're looking at, because it is very noticeable difference in the roadway. When I first came across the picture, I was like, what the hell's wrong with the road? And then I saw some videos. I'm like, oh, those were well, I suspected it was vehicles that had been parked there based off some of the shapes, and then confirmed that suspicion by watching more of the videos and stuff, and then seeing these 2 ambulances parked there. Alright, enough of that nerd stuff. So again, nothing else to really talk about for this video. Let's start getting into some more videos.
He's got a rifle. He's got a rifle. Shots fired! Shots fired! Officer down! Officer down! Officer down!
Okay. Videos like this are pretty rough to watch. This is what I would say truly what nightmares are made of. I've had nightmares before of being in a gunfight and the bullets just aren't doing their job, like shooting blanks, or the gun doesn't work and you get attacked, and then boom, you wake up heart racing, just like, oh shit. And then there's that, like for me, sometimes when I've had those kind of nightmares, I had like anger set in, like damn. And so for what they had to go through, it's awful. I mean, Emily, I guess you could say it's bad to say it this way, but I guess she was the lucky of the two. That round went through her door and hit her right in the face, and so she didn't feel any physical pain, and she didn't really experience a lot of mental anguish. I'm sure whatever she felt at the beginning of this gunfight was, like, oh shit, he's got a gun. Oh my God, I might die. Something, like that. But then it was just, boom, lights out for her. Hunter, on the other hand, he got the worst of it. So not only did he get that, oh shit, it's a gunfight, he saw Emily down. He saw those visuals of her being dead right there, him being shot at, engaging in this gunfight with this guy, his damn gun malfunctioning, and as he starts to maneuver around the vehicle, he gets hit in the shoulder and bicep area. It actually blows his arm patch off of his uniform and blows the patch into pieces. So I'll show the crime scene photos later on, but you'll see the patch it says Cameron Police Department, an arm patch. It just blew it right off and into pieces. So he got hit up in the upper torso, went down, and then a fucking piece of shit came over there and shot him in the head. So I think he endured the worst of it all. The feelings at the beginning of, oh shit, gunfight, seeing her go down, and then the damn gun stops working, and now this dude is hunting him down, and then gets hit, knows he's been shot, and he knows it's coming. That's nightmarish. So I said earlier that the lessons that we learn are written on the tombstones of others, and there's some lessons to be learned here, and there's not a whole lot of video for Emily. The only video that we get to see from her is from the roadway, from that security cam footage, and then this body cam footage right here. So she did not have a dash cam in her vehicle, nor did she have her body camera activated at this incident. It was turned off. I think that there could have been some learning points with that body cam footage if she had it turned on. I think that due to her position, it's a good possibility that the camera would have just captured the open doorway and wouldn't have really caught a whole lot of the suspect. But still, I think some of the audio of it could have had some educational value. But that's just pure speculation. From Hunter's body cam standpoint, there is quite a bit to see. And so before I get into Hunter's, I want to talk a little bit more about Emily. So she had been in contact with her chief on the phone and had told him that she had spotted Perry, knew he had the warrant. They talked about the email, and she knew that he'd be making these threats, etc. And the chief had told her, "Don't make the traffic stop alone. Have someone there with you." And she's in contact with Hunter there. As they enter, or she enters into, or goes to the village of Cameron. I don't know exactly where they're at in regards to their two different towns. But as she's going towards that way, it seems like her and the Hunter guy were in communications up until that point, and she initiated that traffic stop. At that point, due to the circumstances, it's obviously going to be a high-risk traffic stop, aka a felony traffic stop. The high-risk traffic stop / felony traffic stop, that is something that has been developed over the years. Some people got together, said these are best practices, and they came up with these best practices based off other cops being shot and killed in gunfights revolving around traffic stops. And so the method of conducting a felony stop came to be. And with that, you have as many people there as you can. So I don't know what the staffing numbers are like for these small towns. It's very plausible that they were the only two on duty for their little towns. She could have been the only officer from Chetek, or Chetek, I don't know how you pronounce it, on duty, and everyone else was off duty. There could have only been like maybe 5 or 6 officers for that agency. I don't really know, but that is not uncommon for the U.S. to see very small agencies like that. There's a lot of towns here in the U.S. where there's just 1 or 2 cops. Many towns, it's just 1. So they don't have a whole lot of people to begin with between their 2 towns. The sheriff's office, so we know that at least 2 on duty, 3, maybe 4 on duty sheriff deputies arrived there, and then some other off duties arrive. So they had some sheriff deputies there who could have assisted with this traffic stop. And it seems like to me they're operating off the same radio system, or at least the same channel. And that can be common in some areas. Instead of each little individual agency having its own radio system, this little small towns will either get lucky and the big sheriff's agency will say, "Hey, here's a radio, you can talk to our dispatchers and talk to our deputies, and we can have good interoperability," or those little small towns have to pay that county for their dispatching services. A lot of people don't know that, but a lot of 911 dispatch centers actually make money off of smaller agencies for dispatching services. So, for example, here in Kentucky, the Kentucky State Police posts each have a dispatch center, and they contract to smaller agencies, and those posts contract to them for dispatching services. So, for example, here in Bowling Green, our Post 3 KSP dispatch center services something like between 15 to 20 different agencies in multiple different counties. So Post 3 is more than just one county, it's multiple counties. And so the Post 3 does dispatch for the Franklin Police Department, which is another county down below us. They do a bunch of volunteer fire departments, etc. So it's not uncommon to see more than one police agency in a small rural area using the same radio channel. Whereas you go to bigger areas, each agency has their own channel, and it's almost like a no-no for each other to be talking on them unless there's some serious shit going on. So with that seemingly good interoperability for communications between her agency, Hunter's agency, and the sheriff's office, I think they could have waited to have more people there. At least a third person there. And I think that the traffic stop could have been orchestrated a little bit better. So she initiated that traffic stop almost right after coming out of the curve in that road by herself. Lights activated. He comes to a stop, and then you see Hunter come into view. He goes past them, makes a turn, gets in behind her, and then gets out. As soon as him and her came to a stop, that gunfight could have started right then and there, and Hunter would not have been in a position for that felony traffic stop. He would have been downrange of Emily, and if he had been firing at the bad guy, she would have been downrange of him. Now, could that have, if it had played out like that, could things have turned out differently? I don't know, because where he came into play at, as far as view, after Perry had pulled over, if he had started shooting right then and there, I don't think that Hunter would have been able to make accurate hits with his pistol, and he would have missed a whole lot, and Perry, having a rifle with a scope on it, could have fired on him from where he was and get hits on him. It could have, because he would be engaged from two different positions, it could have been in their favor that while he was distracted with one officer shooting at them, his flank and rear is getting lit up by the other, who is not having to duck down from incoming fire. They could have, took a little bit more accurate aimed fire. But that's going into a lot of what-if-isms. But I definitely think that orchestrating that felony stop could have been done better, to where, he's at least behind her when she initiates this stop, and to plan it to where at least one of those other sheriff deputies would be there as a third person to back them up. More numbers, the better. When Hunter did pull in, instead of parking straight behind her, I think he just should have pulled along the side of her, blocked part of that roadway, be side by side, just like, the standard protocol for a felony traffic stop, and go about that away. Would that have changed a whole lot? Again, don't really know for sure. I think it could have, for sure, put both of them to the front where they'd be somewhat side by side, and it could have turned into a scenario where the suspect was going to have to be focusing on one while taking fire from the other. it still could have ended this same way. They both still could have died. But I think it could have given them a better advantage to have their vehicles positioned like you would normally see in a felony traffic stop. The email that was sent out, this guy making threats to law enforcement, saying he's wanting to kill police and being known to have weapons, that should have caused them to get out with rifles. And that is one of my biggest chief complaints when it comes to videos like this, officers neglecting to get rifles out when they need to be getting them out. I think that is a problem all across the nation. And the reason why I think it's a problem is multifaceted. Number one, running in the background of all this is the mere fact that officers are not being involved in gunfights every single day. At least not at the local level. So when you think about your local police, when was the last time they were involved in a gunfight? And if it was recent, when was the last time before that? Now, when you zoom out and you start looking at everything from a national standpoint, and you look at the videos on this channel, you're like, holy shit, there's a crap ton of officer-involved shootings that are occurring. Well, when you look at the big picture, it does appear like there's a lot, but when you zoom into that local level, it's almost non-existent. You think about all the law enforcement officers in this nation, the overwhelming majority of them never have to use deadly physical force. They never have to shoot at anyone or shoot anyone. They may point their guns at people, but they never have to pull the trigger. So with that kind of thing going on in the background all across the nation, that is, I think, lending to this issue of officers not getting rifles out because they're just not seeing the benefits of a rifle, because they're just not getting into gunfights. If at the local level police were getting in the gunfights on a more regular basis, once a week, twice a week, something like that, then they would start experiencing those things, and I think would learn very quickly, hey, we need rifles for these things. Like, Billy got hit the other day, and this happened and that happened. This thing went on for a while. They would very quickly find out that rifles are needed for gunfights. And if there was more gunfights going on at the local level than what there is now, I kind of feel and believe that that would change training in a little bit. Maybe not change up, tactics and stuff like that, but at least change up the frequency of training and the intensity of training. Because because then it would be going from, oh, well, a gunfight could happen to, hey, gunfight's going to be happening. Like, your agencies have been involved in them, once, twice a week for months on end. You're, instead of, spending a whole week on firearms training, you're now going to be spending 2 weeks on firearms training. Instead of firing 2,000 rounds for pistol, you're now going to be firing 5,000 rounds on pistol to become more proficient with it. And with that change of training culture, I think there would be more embracing of rifle training and more serious tactical training. So when you look at incidents involving regular patrol officers versus patrol officers who are on SWAT teams or just SWAT teams in general, you will see a huge difference in what they utilize when they know they're going to a gunfight. Regular patrol people do not typically go to rifles. They most all the time go to pistol. You see some grab rifle, but the overwhelming majority, no, you just don't see them grabbing rifle. When you see officers who are on SWAT teams or CRT or SRT, whatever title your special team has, when you see incidents involving officers like that, they're going to rifles. And why is that? Because they have more firearms training than the standard patrol person does. When you think about when an officer goes to the hiring process and goes to the academy and what their firearms training is like, the best, arguably, the best firearms training they're going to get is at the academy. And that is the only good training they're going to be getting is at the academy. Because at the academy, they belong to the academy. The academy don't have to send them out on the street working and doing, different assignments and posts and stuff like that. You're scheduled for 1 week of firearms training. Guess what? You're getting the whole damn week of firearms training. So they are able to get the trigger time doing it. Whereas if an agency was responsible for training, they'd be like, all right, well, we're going to do, we got 8 hours of training today, but, we kind of want to go home and, this shift ends and we kind of want to put you on this shift and finish this thing out. So instead of doing full 8 hours of firearms training, we'll skip some slides and we'll skip some stuff and we'll get 4 hours in, and then for the next 4 hours you'll be working patrol or some other goofy crap going on, and they just wouldn't get the training like they need to. So firmly believe that for regular patrol people, regular officers, the best training that many of them have ever gotten was at the academy. And since they've graduated the academy, they have likely never had that same level of training or anywhere near it replicated for them. Because once they're back at the agency, now the logistical issues come into play. Oh, well, we got 2 people short on this shift. This person's going to have to move their schedule around to be able to teach this class. If we do this class on this time, this means this person is now have to come in for overtime, and because this person's teaching, now someone has to cover for them, and there's a lot of moving pieces going on, and they may be wanting to limit the amount of overtime that some officers may be having to do to go through this firearms training, and then they may be limited in their budget. They may not be able to afford 2,000 rounds for each officer to go through, for each officer to have 2 full days of training. They can't afford it. They don't have the time for it. And so what officers do once they've been trained at the academy and they go back to their agency, they'll do qualifications at least bare minimum once a year. Some places do it 2 a year, some places do 3 times a year, some places do 4 times a year. Not that many, but at bare minimum, a lot of them just do qualifications 1 time a year. And qualifications is not training. Sorry, guys. Hate to be the one to burst your bubble and ruin your party for you, but qualifications is not training. It is not practice. It is just you performing some tasks to say that you meet some bare minimum requirement to be able to continue working with that issued weapon. That's it. You're not training. You're not learning anything new. You're not refining any other skills. You're not practicing anything. You're just saying, hey, I can perform at this bare minimum standard. There's in-service training, and some of that stuff kind of varies as far as the intensity of what's going on. Each agency's different with who they have as their instructors and whatnot. Some people are better instructors than others. Some people do not even need to have the title of instructor by their name. There are a lot of agencies out there who will take a person who works in an office, like a lieutenant or a captain or something like that. They ride a desk, and it is easier from a logistical standpoint to take that person, send them off to an instructor school, and then say, hey, this week you need to clear your schedule for your desk and go to the range and teach firearms for 2 days next week, and then do a taser class research on this day. Whereas if they had to use a regular patrol person, they didn't have to start moving people around. Like, all right, if you're going to be teaching this class, we got to have Bob come in and work your shift. And if Bob's coming in, then, this person has to come in on their days off. And, some admin people do not like doing that kind of work. It's too much brain computation for them, and they don't want to fuck with it. They really don't. A lot of people, when they want promotions to go to a higher level position, it's not for the ideological beliefs behind that. It's not because they want to be a better leader. It's not because they want to drive that agency forward and become the best of the best. They want to promote to a higher position because they want to do less work. They want to sit their ass at a desk. They don't want to go to all the bullshit calls. Now, that's not everyone. You got some people who do become good leaders, and they do pick the right people to do the right things. So you got some agencies out there who've got instructors who do research and stuff, and they really don't need to be doing anything like that at all. They do a big disservice to everything. And then you got some who, they need to be the ones who are teaching at the academy. No joke. There are some patrol dudes out there who might be the firearms instructor, or they might, be a taser instructor or something, and they got their head on right. They're switched on. They're 10-8. If you wanted anyone teaching people how to do things right, that would be the person, and they're the ones who need to be at that academy. But unfortunately, there's not, each state doesn't have 20 different academies. They're pretty limited in how many academies they have. And, a lot of these guys who would make great academy instructors are living too far away. They don't want to leave their community and go move to near the state capitol or wherever this academy is at, and just to do that. They want to stay back where their roots are. A lot more can be said about the training aspect. But just know that not all training is the same all across the board. The curriculum itself that is there, it may be the same, but how it's presented by the individual instructors, it varies. So, and I know that was probably a really long rant, and it took me a second, what the heck was I talking about? So I was talking about rifles and why rifles are not being utilized like they should be. So, quick recap. In the background of everything running is the fact that law enforcement are not getting in the gunfights every single day. So they're not experiencing those things and gaining that learned experience, so to speak. And then the training aspect of it. The training that is done at the very beginning of their careers is a bare minimum standard, I guess you could say. And it's not to a higher level degree of firearms training that you see other professionals go through. And so because of that, I think there is a loss of instilling a good fighting mindset into officers to get them to be thinking about going to a rifle. A rifle is what you want in a gunfight. It is more accurate. Its terminal ballistics are night and day in comparison to a pistol. And with that bare minimum training that is being done at the academy, I just don't think that the gravity of that is being touched on. As I said, you will see a difference, at least I can see a difference between just regular patrol people who get in these gunfights, and then you see these patrol dudes who are also SWAT team guys getting in the gunfights. Or the, very few officers who are, quote unquote gun people and will go do this stuff on their own. The more trigger time, the better. Another issue that may have a play into why officers do not get rifles at is administrative red tape. So there are some agencies out there where the administration has made restrictive policies to modify officers' behaviors. And they'll do this with rifles by saying, oh, if you're going to get a long gun out, you have to notify a dispatcher or notify a supervisor that you're getting your long gun out, and then you have to write a report on why you did that. And these are the reasons why you'd be getting them out. And if the reason isn't met, then you could be written up for getting this long gun out. So when you take the fact that officers not getting in the gunfights every single day, and they go to a more high-risk call that they have historically always been able to resolve with not even having to get a rifle out, that has modified their behavior and made them complacent in just thinking, oh, well, I don't need to get this rifle out because we've done this 5 times already, 10 times already, nothing ever happened, wrestle the person in the cuffs and then boom, we'll be good. And I've already got this accident report that I got to write. I got a couple shoplifting things I got to do. I still got some evidence in the back of the car. I need to go log in, all this other shit. I really don't want to write a report on justifying why I got this rifle out of the car. So what officers do, they just don't get the rifles out of the car, so they don't have to write a report on it. Sadly, there are some agencies that have used this kind of bullcrap policy on tasers. So they force officers to write reports on why they pulled their taser out of the holster. And there's even a few agencies out there that are forcing officers to write reports on why they removed their handgun from their holster. Not even pointing it at people, just taking it out of the holster while they're out on duty. These are bad policies to have in place. They do not do anything to make anything safer. And in fact, it is the complete opposite. It is building complacency and bad behaviors with officers that can lead to them being killed in the line of duty. Now, I don't know if there is any policies like that in place with these agencies. I don't know. But those are the 3 things that I feel kind of have a lending hand into why we see so many officers all across this nation neglect to get rifles out. So again, this was a high-risk stop. This guy's got a warrant out for his arrest, and he has made threats to kill law enforcement. That is high risk. So, and they had rifles in their vehicles. Both of them did. And they should have had those rifles ready before the vehicles came to a stop. I think that had Emily and Hunter got out with rifles, that this gunfight would have changed a lot. The outcome would have been different. And it's almost kind of like a bad way to say this, but the fact that that bad guy killed 2 trained police officers in less than 45 seconds is kind of a testament to what I'm talking about with why rifles are so much better than pistols for gunfights. These were 2 trained police officers, trained at the academy, right? X amount of hours of firearms training. This Perry dude, I do not think that he had any actual real training. He bought a bunch of guns. He would go to the range a lot. But just because you have guns and you go to the range a lot doesn't mean you know how to fight with that gun. Doesn't mean you know tactics. Doesn't mean you have skills. So, the best of what I know, the Perry guy had no formal training. He may have had a concealed carry license, but I could definitely tell you that a concealed carry course is not a fighting pistol course in any way, shape, or form. It's just a very watered down gun safety course is all it is. But yet he was able to take a rifle and murder 2 trained people in less than 45 seconds. A rifle will dominate a gunfight. It is more accurate, and the terminal ballistics are way better. The rifle has a longer barrel, and it has more points of contact on there to help further stabilize that rifle. Both hands are on the rifle. The rifle is pressed into your shoulder. The cheek of your head is pressing down into the buttstock of that rifle. If you have a sling on it, you can do the sling technique where you've got your support arm into it, tensioning it, pulling it further back into your body and more stabilizing it. You going into a prone position, a kneeling position, you can rest that support hand, elbow, onto your knee to make you more stable. If you go into a prone position, you are now extremely stabilized. And with that long barrel and all those points of contacts, when you squeeze that trigger, you're having very minimal amount of movement in that gun. Whereas with a handgun, you've got a very short barrel. Very short barrel. And you only have 1.5 points of contact on that gun. I mean, you could break it down and say you got 2 points of contact, your dominant hand and your non-dominant hand wrapping around the pistol grip of that pistol. But when you think about your dominant hand going around that grip on that pistol, well, it only leaves a small portion uncovered, and you're using your support hand to cover that little portion. So you're only grabbing on the one piece of that gun. Whereas with a rifle, your hands are in 2 different spots. So there's really not much to hold on to a pistol with. And because of that, when you squeeze your finger to pull that trigger back, just that mere squeezing can interject enough movement into that handgun to throw your shot placement way off. Up close, you may not notice that big of a difference, but as you add increments of distance to it, it will become noticeable. And that is something that I think has led to Emily and Hunter missing him so many times between all the rounds they fired. So Emily, I believe, only got 2 rounds off. She may have got 3 rounds off, but I think she only got 2 rounds off. None of her hit him. Hunter, he fired, I can't remember how many rounds he fired. 1 hit the bad guy, but it was an accidental hit, in my opinion. I mean, I do not believe that Hunter was intending to aim at that guy's leg. I think he was aiming center mass, like he was trained, but because his handgun had such a short barrel and he is shooting under stress, I think that as his sights were lined up on that person's torso and he squeezed that trigger, he caused some movement into the gun, and it caused his shot placement to go off. And so all his other rounds that he fired, he missed completely. He never did hit the guy. In fact, he shot his own car when he was shooting at Perry. And only 1 round hit Perry, and it hit him in the leg, right above the knee, and severed the femoral artery. So Hunter, he missed, but he didn't miss, if that makes any sense. So handguns, they suck. They really do. They are not a good weapon to bring to a gunfight. The only reason why handguns are carried on a daily basis is because they are comfortable and they are convenient. And they can cause physical incapacitation, but they do not do that great of a job at causing physical incapacitation. Just because they can cause physical incapacitation doesn't mean they're the best at it. Rifles are the best at causing physical incapacitation. You know, I've said it many times, and I'll say it again. If you know you're going to a gunfight, bring a rifle and bring your friends with rifles. So, we don't see the felony traffic stop being conducted the way it needs to be conducted. We don't see these officers getting out with rifles like they need to be getting out with. And it's very difficult to say for sure how long of a time delay there is between Emily seeing the gun and then her shooting. So we know that when she pulled him over, there was a motorist that was actually in front of her to begin with, and that motorist was interviewed, and that motorist said that they thought they were being pulled over by Emily until she went around them and then pulled Perry over. That motorist continued on, drove past them as they were stopped on the side of the road, and they testified that they saw Perry reaching into his back seat area and appeared to be grabbing something. From interviews from Perry's friends and family, they indicated that Perry usually kept a rifle in the back seat of his car. Don't know how soon Emily saw the rifle, but as Hunter is getting out of the car and starting to round her vehicle, she gets on the radio and says that he's got a gun. And in one of the reports from the district attorney's office, they say that the suspect starts to aim the gun at them, aim it at Emily, and fires, and then she fires. So I don't know if that actual sequence is 100% accurate or not, because again, we don't have any body cam footage from her, nor do we have any dash cam footage from her. It's just that grainy security cam footage and part of Hunter's body cam footage. But there may have been an instance in which Emily could have started shooting first instead of waiting for dude to start shooting at them. And this is where the topic of action versus reaction comes into play. And when I watched this and I read some of the reports, it made me think about the incident in the late 90s down in Georgia with Deputy Kyle Dinkheller. In that video, he pulls over a person who was a Vietnam veteran who had some mental issues, and as he's dealing with this guy's acting very erratic. He's already out of the car, and then he goes back to his truck, and Deputy Dinkheller could see that the guy had a rifle and was getting that rifle ready. And then he did nothing until that guy brought that rifle out and then began to aim it at him, and then he started shooting. He could have, in that incident, began shooting way sooner. He did not have to wait to be shot at. And in this scenario here, same thing. She don't have to wait for this dude to be shooting. She could have started shooting, in my opinion, way sooner. And I think she should have started shooting way sooner. You do not have to wait for someone to throw a punch at you before you can knock their lights out. You do not have to wait for someone to shoot at you before you put copious amounts of lead in their snot box. If you feel that it is imminent that you are going to be killed, you can do a preemptive strike. You don't have to wait for them to make that first move. You can make that first move. So I think that there was a potential for Emily to go ahead and start shooting a lot sooner than what she did. Had she been the one to initiate that contact, would it have made a big difference? I don't know. Again, they're going up against a guy with a rifle. But I think it's possible that it could have had a change in how things played out. If she had initiated contact, started sending rounds downrange at him, maybe his hunter started to come around her car, it would not have been an instance of that guy shooting at them first. It would have been Emily shooting at him and that guy reacting to her contact, and then it giving Hunter the opportunity to begin firing as he's on this side of the car right here and start sending rounds downrange a lot sooner than what he did. But again, that's a big what if, and just don't know for sure if that could have had a big significant impact, but it could have. Her getting out of the vehicle and taking cover behind her door in the A-post area of the vehicle. So that had a hand in her dying, taking cover behind a car door. So throughout the many years of documented gunfights, it is extremely clear now that cars suck at providing cover. They do not provide good cover at all. You can take a very small 22 or 25 caliber round and make it punch through an entire car door. Hell, if you hit them just right, you can send them through both car doors, easily going through the windshield. So taking cover behind a car door is not the place you want to be at all. The best thing you can do is to put the entire vehicle between you as much as possible. Go to the rear of the vehicle, work the angles, lean out behind cover, and go from there. Hiding behind a car door, you might as well be sitting behind a bush, because it's not fucking stopping bullets at all. If you have the ability to do a vehicle tactics class, I highly recommend it. And one entity out there that is on fire right now is Centrifuge Training, I believe they're called. William Petty, their vehicle tactics class. Here recently, I forgot his name, Costas. He took the class, and there's videos of him going through it. There's other people who are posting pictures and videos from these classes that they're going through on these vehicle tactics class through William Petty and his company. So whoever you take a vehicle tactics class through, it doesn't matter, but you will get to at some point in that class where there is a ballistics demonstration where you'll shoot the car in different places, or you'll see the car being shot into different places as a way to demonstrate to you, hey, these parts of the car are not stopping bullets. And if you can't get into a good vehicle tactics class, then if you're law enforcement, get with the junkyards who donate cars to the fire departments to be able to use for training. So there's a lot of junkyards out there who will donate a car to a volunteer fire department for them to use the jaws of life on, to cut a car up completely for training purposes. You should be able to get the same kind of care from them as well. If not, surely your your agency has some kind of budget to be able to, do things with. You can get a car from the junkyard. You don't have to get the whole damn car. You can ask them for car doors and shit like that, and go take them to the range and set the car door up and start shooting at it with different calibers and see what it does to those parts of that vehicle. But if you can get the whole car, that's even better. Get it out to the range, set it up, and just start punching holes through it with different weapons. Go down to the smallest caliber that you can go to and shoot the car with it in different places and see how far that thing goes through. You will be surprised how far a little 22 will make it through a car, and what other parts of the car that you think you could be hiding behind for cover, and it's not going to provide you real cover at all. So the best way to use a vehicle for cover is to try to use as much of it as possible. So the positioning of the suspect vehicle and her vehicle, the best place that she could have been at was to the rear of her vehicle and be back a couple feet from her rear of her vehicle, and leaning out to the side some, aiming around the side at the suspect vehicle. So that would have put the whole front of the car and the entire section of it all the way up to that rear lift gate between her and him. That much material for sure would be slowing that bullet down to where it would not get to her. And if she would have stood a couple feet back away from the vehicle, say like right back in here, and then leaned out the side some, when you are standing away from your cover like that and leaning out, you're presenting a smaller target to your adversary. They see less of you than if you were to be standing right up on the back of your cover and then leaning out. When you crowd your cover, you're right on top of it and you lead out, more of you get seen by the adversary. But when you stand further back a few feet and then lean out, very little of you is seen by the adversary. So that would have been the best place for her to be at. As soon as this traffic stop initiated, for her to get out of the vehicle, draw a gun, keep lethal cover on him, and back up to the back of the vehicle, take a position to cover there. That would have been the best thing to do, in my opinion. And if that guy, got out, started shooting, she would have had the whole vehicle between her and him, and she would have been presenting less of herself to him, and that could have had a better playing hand in changing the outcome of this. So aside from that, that's about all I can talk about from Emily's standpoint, because again, we don't get to see a whole lot from her perspective. We just see the grainy security cam footage, a little bit of this, and that's it. So to recap, conducting a felony traffic stop a little bit better, having more people there, orchestrating the timing of it a lot better, getting out, taking a better appropriate cover, and getting out with a rifle in hand. Those things right there, I think, could have had a better lending hand in changing the outcome of this event, and also shooting sooner. Again, you don't have to wait for someone to shoot at you before you can shoot at them. So I think those things could have had a significant hand in changing the outcome of what happened. So for Hunter, we get to see a little bit more of him. So let's go ahead and talk about his actions on the objective here. So his body cam starts right as he's rounding the front of his vehicle and he's going to the passenger side of her vehicle. I don't know what kind of body cam he's using. There's a symbol down there at the bottom. I don't know what that symbol is. I'm not familiar with this style of body camera. It's definitely not Axon. So I don't know if there was any video before this or if this is where it starts at. Body cameras are very similar to each other, but they're also different in operation. Some cameras do not have buffer mode capability, where it can provide the first 30 seconds of video before you hit the actual record button. And then there's some that obviously have buffer mode, like Axon body cameras. Those will record up to 30 seconds at minimum, and you can actually have it up to 120 seconds at maximum of interaction before you hit the record button. So don't know if what this camera's capability is. If he had buffer mode built in this camera, I don't know why they're not showing it. Or it could be having buffer mode capability. It's just not turned on, because when you have buffer mode turned on, it does eat up the battery in the camera. Your camera doesn't last as long throughout a shift when it's in buffer mode, because buffer mode is basically the camera continuously recording and deleting. So if you got it set to 30 seconds, it is continuously recording 30 seconds, deleting 30 seconds, recording 30 seconds, deleting 30 seconds, recording, deleting, recording, deleting, recording, deleting, up until you hit that event button, and then it saves the last 30 seconds. They do redact the video towards the end, and I think they did that out of respect for him. Usually when people get shot, they make noises, and sometimes those noises aren't the most easiest to hear. Sometimes there's yelling, sometimes there's screaming kind of noises that people can make when they're being shot. And so I would suspect that he was potentially making some kind of noise, and out of respect they decided to mute that out so that you can't hear it. And it's also possible that the camera had some type of malfunction. I don't think that's the case. I think they have purposely deleted the audio towards the end of this camera so that you don't hear the sounds of Hunter dying. So you see him starting to get out of the car, right? He's got that toboggan on. So, and you can't hear Emily in the background, but I believe it's right about in this time that she's saying he's got a gun.
He's got a rifle. He's got a rifle.
Because when you listen to the audio tapes, she says it and then he says it almost right after it.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
And I wish there was a better way to get better freeze frames out of this, but there's not really, so I'm going to slow the speed down by a lot and back this up again just a little bit. Bring the volume down so you don't hear the awful slow-mo recording.
He's got a rifle.
So that gunfire that is occurring in the background, that is the exchange of gunfire between Emily and Perry, and it's about this time that I believe that round goes through her car door and hits her in the face. So she's gone down at this point. He's calling out shots fired, and then when he turns around to get his gun up and out, she's already laying on the ground over here. So she's already been killed, and he's getting his gun up into the fight. So we see him down here. It's hard to see for sure what exactly he's aiming at. It looks like he could be aiming at Hunter for sure. He could still be aiming towards where Emily was, but I don't think that's the case. I think he was more or less shooting in this direction. There is a bullet hole in the passenger side mirror of the Explorer here, and I believe that there was it's a LED light that can be attached to the bottom of a mirror, and I believe there's a LED light to the bottom of the passenger side mirror on Hunter's vehicle that was blown out. So you can kind of see him kind of aiming towards Hunter here. There was a moment of a freeze frame where it looked like he was kind of pointing towards Emily's area some, but it could just be the grainy footage, not being able to see it very well. This one, it definitely looks like he's aiming at Hunter. We know that he shoots at Hunter from over here, but at first it almost looked like as he was in this area, he was almost aiming at Emily some, but it looks like it's more or less he is for sure squared up to Hunter here. For some reason, he transitions his gun to his non-dominant hand and gets on the radio to start talking. And then transitions back to his fighting hand. Perry has moved over now out into the roadway area to engage Hunter. It is around this time, I think, that Perry is hit in the leg. It's possible he was hit sooner in that first exchange of gunfire, but I think he was hit when this either between here or when he gets to a little bit right in here and shoots some more. So right in there or right over in here, I think, is when he shot Perry, because Perry has a blood trail that basically starts around Emily's vehicle, goes around Hunter's vehicle, goes to where Hunter ends up in the ground over here, and then back to his vehicle. So he hit him in the leg some point either here or right in here. Unfortunately, it was not an immediate incapacitating hit. It was a lethal hit. He ended up dying from it, but it was not immediately physically incapacitating. And so when I talk about pistols sucking, this is what I mean. Pistols suck. There's a possibility that had he hit him in the leg with a rifle, it could have caused enough devastating terminal ballistics that he would not have been able to walk very well after that point. He could have become somewhat, if not immobilized, then at least have altered mobility at that point. He could have, if he had a long gun and hit him in that leg right in there, he could have shattered the femoral, the femur. Could have shredded enough muscle out of that he just simply could not put any weight on that leg to walk, or at least would have been a hell of a lot slower limping around at that point. But if he had a rifle, I think he would have made good hits in the torso area and ended it a lot sooner. But just for talking's sake, if he had hit him in the leg with a rifle, I think that would have had a significant impact on his ability to maneuver around that vehicle the way he was. He experiences a malfunction. He does not fire enough rounds to go to slide lock. He has not fired all the rounds out of his handgun. When they go through his handgun, he still has rounds in it. So what I think has occurred is a double feed malfunction. It's possible that he could have had stovepipe, but I think it was a double feed malfunction. And a double feed malfunction is probably one of the worst malfunctions that you can incur during a gunfight, because it's not as simple to clear as a type 1 or type 2 malfunction. A type 1 malfunction is where you pull the trigger and nothing happens. The gun does not go bang. Your immediate action to that is tap, rack, bang. You smack the bottom of the magazine, make sure it's fully seated, rack that slide, and then pull the trigger. It should go bang after that point. So a type 1 malfunction can occur either because the round that got loaded in is a dud round. The primer is not good enough. It's just, it's a shot round. Light primer strike. You're not getting a good strike on that from your gun. Or the magazine might not be fully seated all the way. And magazines are one of the leading causes of malfunctions in guns. So tap, rack, bang is something that can very quickly fix that. A type 2 malfunction is a stovepipe. That's where an empty casing has been stripped out of the chamber but did not fully clear the ejection port. And as the slide has gone forward, it has gotten stuck inside that ejection port, either long ways or in a vertical fashion, in a stovepipe kind of fashion. Some people call it stovepipe malfunction because you have a little brass sticking out the top of the gun like a stovepipe. Your reaction to that is the same. Tap, rack. That gets the gun back in the fight. When a double feed occurs when 2 rounds are picked up from the magazine and both are moved into the chamber at the same time. So when you go to pull that trigger, nothing happens. So what's your immediate action? Tap, rack. Well, when you tap it and you go to rack it, that slide's not going to be going forward because you still got 2 rounds competing for the same hole. But you won't know that to begin with until you perform that tap, rack. So tap, rack is a reactionary way to fix the problem with the gun. There are diagnostic methods that are taught in some places and how to deal with guns that are not firing. And one way of doing it, or is taught by some places, is if you pull the trigger, nothing happens, tilt the gun and check out the ejection port area. If it's open and you see stovepipe or you see double feed, you can, if it's a stovepipe, run your hand across the top and hit that stovepipe and rip it out, or just grab the slide and rack it and clear that thing out. Or if you see a double feed, initiate your actions to clear that double feed. And if the slide is in a closed position, you can perform a tap and a rack to see if that was an issue. Either the magazine's not seated firmly or whatever. Not a big fan of diagnostic checking because you're not always going to have sufficient amount of light to figure out what's going on with the gun. A lot of deadly force encounters occur at night, and so the idea of tilting your gun to look at the ejection port to see what's inside of it when it could be pitch blackout makes zero sense to me. So I'm a firm believer that when you encounter a failure to fire, your immediate action is the same. You don't know what's causing the problem, but your action is going to be the same, because that action can fix 2 of the 3 problems. And when you go to initiate that action to fix what could be fixed of 2 of the 3 options, and you notice the slide's not moving, then you know you've got a type 3 malfunction. So at that point, you can rip the slide out. I'm sorry, not rip the slide out. Rip the magazine out. Work your slide to get those rounds in there out, and then insert new magazine. Work the slide. Put the gun back in the fight. Or you lock the slide to the rear, pull it all the way back, lock it in place, rip that magazine out, work that slide to clear anything out of the port, insert new magazine, and work the slide and put rounds on target. A double feed is, like I said, is probably the crappiest malfunction to experience, because it's just not the easiest to fix. Because those one round's in the chamber and the other round is behind it, and then you've got that magazine in place that is just not allowing them to go anywhere. You have to generally remove that magazine out of the gun, because even if you were to rock that slide all the way back to the rear and one of those rounds falls out, you can still have a round that's in the chamber. And when you let go of that slide, what's it going to do? It's going to strip a round out of that magazine and push it right back into the back of that round that is already in the chamber. So you'll have to rip the magazine out of the gun, work that slide a couple times to clear out anything in the gun, and then put magazine back in the gun and work the slide. When you verbally say it, it sounds like a whole lot. When you physically do it, it is obviously a little bit more physical action to perform, but it's not like it's taking you half an hour to do it, right? It's just taking you a few extra seconds to work through that malfunction. But seconds in a gunfight really matter, and in a close fight like this, having a malfunction like that, this is a bad way to say it, but it's a fucking death sentence almost. I think that had he not experienced a double feed like this, I think he could have prevailed in this gunfight, because the suspect is using a scope on his rifle. And it's a big scope too, and when you start looking at the eye relief that you need for a scope, you got to have your head your eye a certain distance away from that scope to see through it clearly. If you are off in any direction a little bit, you can't see crystal clear through that scope. You can see some stuff through it, but it's just not in good clarity. And if you're too close to it, too far from it, same thing. So I think that is potentially why he wasn't able to hit Hunter when he was on the side of his truck and he was at the front and he had a clear line of sight to him. I think that because of the eye relief issue with the scope, he just wasn't able to get rounds on Hunter effectively. And I think that realistically, he just got lucky hit on Emily. It was just a roll of the dice. It was a lucky hit. He just, where she was positioned at, he fired that round. It went through the car door and hit her. He just got lucky with that. And so, had this malfunction not occurred, I think Hunter could have won this gunfight. The malfunction occurred, and it does not seem like he is able to work the malfunction and get it to clear. I don't think that he is proficient at being able to do that. It looks like he experiences this malfunction. He tinkers with it for a second. Puts it into his left hand and then just starts to take off. I don't know why that was an option. I don't know if he had a backup gun on him or not. I don't know. I don't know if he was intending to try to get to Emily's vehicle and maybe potentially get her gun, or, move quickly, get off the X and go to the front of her vehicle, where there would be more material, more objects between him and Perry, and then work on the gun there, because where he's at, he is far enough away from that truck where that truck's no longer real cover. He's kind of out in the open. So it could have been in his mindset of, oh, this gun's down, I'm a sitting duck out here, I need to beat feet and run as far forward and fast as I can to avoid being hit. If that was his mindset, then I think that he could have been working the gun as he was moving his feet. But I have a suspicion that as far as training goes, he may not have had a whole lot of quote-unquote trigger time with working malfunctions of the gun. So in firearms training, malfunctions are talked about. They should be practiced. They should be set up and replicated in a course, and then the students have to go through the malfunction drills to have the immediate action to that and get the gun back in the fight, and then go forth. How firearms classes are done vary from school to school, academy to academy, instructor to instructor. So you may have multiple instructors at a school or an academy, but they may teach things a little bit different. How they do repetitions may be different from one from the other. So I don't know what their academy was like. I don't know anything about their training standards or anything like that, but based off how he experiences this malfunction and he doesn't do anything more than just transition it to his other hand, I kind of just believe that he just did not have enough time in training addressing the issue of malfunctions. So when it comes to pistol training, I think that at minimum 4 days is what you need for a good pistol class, and to fire about 4,000 rounds, 1,000 rounds a day. That amount of time would allow a student to get in a lot of repetitions with malfunction drills. You should do quite a bit of malfunction drills in your training. And once you get to that block of instruction of learning the malfunctions and how to clear them, past that point, there should be other instances where you have to perform those kind of drills by using dummy rounds. So dummy rounds should end up being used throughout the entire class past the point that you learn how to use them. Maybe not in the beginning, right? Before you learned about them, but definitely once you get to that block of instruction in that class and you cover malfunctions, past that point, people should be loading dummy rounds into each other's magazines so that no one knows when a dummy round is going to be fed into the gun. You should spend a decent amount of time doing malfunction drills with your weak hand only. Not just once or twice, but multiple drills, enough to the point where you're like, man, this shit sucks. I hate this. That's how many repetitions you should get in. And like I said, a good handgun class, 4 days, 4,000 rounds. You should be able to do what you need to do as far as learning goes and become very proficient in those 4 days. So I just don't think that he had enough repetitions whenever they covered malfunctions. I'm sure they covered it, but I just don't think they had the students perform the drills multiple times. And it's a possibility that after the academy, he may have never practiced malfunction drills. I don't know if that's the case or not, but it's a possibility. You should have in your range bag a bag of dummy rounds for your guns. You should have dummy rounds loaded into your magazines when you are practicing at the range. So his body camera starts to come off. We see him, looks like he's starting to drop the gun. Kind of falls out of his hand there. His body camera falls off of his body. We see it capture the badge right here. And you see the truck where it's parked at. The camera goes upside down, kind of tumbles around, and it ends up landing lens up. A lot of times I've seen videos where the camera lands lens down and all it captures is the ground or the asphalt, but this one lands up and it ends up allowing us to see Perry come around and start shooting at Hunter as he's on the ground. So you can kind of see his arms right there as he's trying to get up from where he's at. You see the wheel of the vehicle right there. Perry is on the other side, and he is beginning to shoot at Hunter around this time. You can see all that debris flying up. Redo that. So that right there, all that grass and dirt you see flying upwards, I believe that is from where Perry is shooting at him. If you've ever shot at the ground with a rifle, it will throw a bunch of dirt up in the air. It's like you setting off like a little firecracker in the ground or something. It just blows dirt up in the air and throws it high. I mean, you can literally make it rain dirt just by shooting into the ground with a rifle. So I think that's what's happening is as he's tumbling down on the ground, Perry's shooting at him, and we see the dirt flying up from that. And then when you see Perry come into view, you can see a casing come out of his rifle as he's approaching. Back that up. I'll back that up and I'll move it up so that the little slide bar here in the bottom disappears. But you see him coming forward. See that casing ejecting out of the rifle. So he's going pop, pop, pop as Hunter's on the ground, and he's hitting Hunter with these rounds. At this point, when he gets this close, I don't know for sure what he's hitting Hunter at with that, but I do know that Hunter was hit in the shoulder and bicep area, blew the patch off of his uniform shirt, and then he ended up putting gunfire into Hunter's head. And again, this is the point where they've muted everything out. And again, like I said earlier, I think they did that out of respect to Hunter, so that you don't hear whatever noises he was probably making when this was going down. I'm guessing that's his rifle there that you see in that lower corner. That looks like maybe a stock, and you see the sling attachment for the stock. I don't know why he's holding his rifle in a manner to where the stock is going up into the air. Not sure if they've ever, talked about what that was. I don't recall anything in the report about it. I guess it's just the awkward way of him handling that rifle. And he may have been checking out his leg at that point too, because he was, like I said, shot in the leg. So, and he was bleeding a lot at this point. So he could have been checking out his leg after he put the 2 officers down and had that time to check himself out, because he wasn't being shot at anymore. So not much else to see from the body cam. The body cam, of course, keeps recording, and it records all the way up into the point that the Wisconsin DOJ guy comes up to the camera and turns it off. So, and I forget the time frame between this occurring and whenever those investigators arrive on scene, but the camera, it would have just recorded the sky. It would just, I don't know how many clouds were in the sky. It probably would have recorded some clouds going by. Probably see the sun change its position throughout that entire time. And probably hear a bunch of wind noise, and probably hear vehicle noises from the ambulances nearby, those engines running, and maybe hear people's conversations as they got closer at various points. But past this point, even if they had included all the footage, I don't think there would have been anything there to learn from. It just would have been a sad, even sadder video to watch. You just see the sky, and just knowing that, Hunter turned his camera on, but he would not turn it off. Someone else would have to turn that camera off. All right, so to recap what I talked about again, initiating a more proper felony traffic stop, I think, could have had a better play in this. Having more people there, I think, could have had a better play in this. Not waiting to shoot, shooting sooner, I think, could have had a better play in this. Getting out with rifles in hand, due to the circumstances of it being high risk, this guy threatening to kill, being known to be armed, getting rifles out, I think, could have had a playing hand in this. And using cover better, using the vehicle better than trying to hide behind a car door. Those things, I think, for sure could have had a better determining factor in changing the outcome of this event. And then more training for malfunctions, and doing copious amounts of repetitions on those drills to become more proficient at being able to clear the most common type of malfunctions that you would incur. I think that could have had a playing hand in changing the outcome of this event. So like I said, the lessons that we learn are written on the tombstones of others. And I wanted to approach this aspect of it from, like a clinical standpoint, being as methodical and scientific about it as I could be. and not meaning any kind of disrespect towards any of them. Sometimes it's hard to say, hey, these are the mistakes that they made. This is what led them to being killed. But there's, like I said, there's no ill intention behind it. And furthermore, I'll say that it's not all on them. It's not. It's on the agency, and it's on the state, the people who run the academy. It's on them. These two went through the training and were trained to a bare minimum standard. Right? So if they weren't trained well, that problem falls on the academy staff and who runs that place. So they're not the ones who are solely responsible for themselves dying. I think the academy had a little bit of a role in it, and they're in their individual agencies, being able to get them on the range more often. I don't know their agencies. I don't know what their budgets are. I don't know if they only did qualifications once a year or not. I don't know anything about that. But it's not just these two officers whose actions or inactions ended up leading to them dying. It's also people above them. Now, when it comes to a training standpoint, people don't know what they don't know, and academies are set up in a way to where they put a really good mindset in people. They put a good fighting, or not a good fighting mindset, they put a good, like, hoorah kind of mindset into people. And people feel very empowered after graduating an academy, and they feel like they're on top of the world. And there's people who've never had any kind of hands-on experience with firearms before or anything like that. They go through this academy and they get this edge, I guess you could say. They kind of get this this little stepping block they step on. They feel a little bit taller. I've been through the police academy. I'm academy certified. And they think that the training they got is the greatest there is, when in fact it is not the greatest. It may be good, but it's not the greatest. So they may not have even known what they don't know. They may not have known that there was better training out there to go after. They may have thought that since they went to that academy and graduated from it, that the state of Wisconsin put the best of the best of the best of the best in that academy, and they could be freaking tier 1 operators after going through a class like that. When in fact, no, that's not happening at all. You got bare minimum standards in place, and when you look at where that academy is situated, the people who live around that area are probably going to be the ones who apply to become instructors at that academy. You may have some people who live in other parts of the state who will make that move to go to that academy, but by and large, that's not the case. It's mostly people who live near that academy who apply for those positions and go for those positions. So your candidate pool is kind of limited regionally. So you may not be getting the best of the best of the best, because the best of the best of the best are living on the other side of the state, and they have no motivation to leave their community to go teach at an academy. But they could be the best person for that portion of the academy. But just unfortunately, we'll never see them get there because they don't want to leave home. So it's not all on them. It's also people above them, and I'll leave it at that. All right. So moving on to the next video.
Camera recording started.
Okay, so at this point, where she is at, I forget the road, but she makes a left turn going to the village of Cameron, because that's where she thinks they're at. Actually, they were the other direction. She should have turned right, but she didn't know exactly where they were, because they didn't really call out a very clear location, or at least she could not have recalled what that location was. She just knew that they were going to be making that stop somewhere in Cameron, so she turns left to go towards the village of Cameron. They're actually in it's another town. I want to say it starts with the letter B. I can't remember it off the top of my head. I think it might be in her interview report, but she makes a left-hand turn here. She'll get on the radio and try and get some clarification on where exactly they're at, and then she'll make a turnaround and head to the scene. This right here, it's hard to fully say for sure, but if there was more clarity to her about where exactly they were at, she could have made that right-hand turn and potentially got there a lot sooner than what she did, and may have gotten there possibly around the time that you could see Perry on the video walking back to his car. Because once he gets to his car, it's not that long that she shows up. So I think there's a possibility that had she turned right, she could have been arriving on scene as he was walking back to his car. Now, how would that have changed things? I don't know. He could have started shooting at her from where he was at, potentially wounding or killing her. It could have caused for her to get into a gunfight while he was away from his vehicle and maybe closer towards one of the other police vehicles.
What was the location?
20 Sheriff's Department PG.
They said double S&P.
For an officer involved shooting, time is 15:39.
No copy, it's Highway 8. SS, is there a mile marker?
We do not have a mile marker. It's on Highway 8, intersection of Double S, south of Cameron. We'll give a better update once we get a better location.
Intersection of SS. Up here, south of Cameron. We'll get 503 responding.
Officer down, Baron.
10-4 recopy. We have EMS page. I will be sending a chopper.
This is her turning into that driveway of that business.
Both officers are down. He's set up with a rifle.
and then backing up and getting parked on the side of the road.
327, Baron. I'm only copying parts. Is he still on scene?
327, we have two officers down. He is set up with a rifle.
327, I'm disengaging, getting traffic out of here. Get out of here! Go!
Copy. .327, Baron. AGRT also get all responding units, county units, and others en route set up for perimeter.
Copy. Log 1 is clear for emergency traffic only. Did everyone copy? We need you to respond to the area of Highway 8 and Double S. Highway 8 and Double S to set up perimeter.
Get out of here! Get out of here! Go! .331, Baron, I do not have eyes on the subject at this time.
10-4.
I believe the subject is down. I believe the subject is down. There's 3 subjects down.
And 331.
I'll be standing by for another unit.
10-4.
Jess. Is he down?
331, I'm at 8 now.
He's down? Okay.
Come here! Go, Chris! Here, buddy! Come here.
All right, so not a whole lot to see from this perspective. The person you hear in the background, that is, I believe, another off-duty law enforcement officer. There's actually a surprising amount of off-duty law enforcement officers who were there. Either ones who showed up because they received a page about it, and this one who was just randomly passing by around that time. You hear her saying, "Grizz, come here." She's calling out to that therapy dog that was with Emily because he got out of the car and was running around. So she got that dog and secured him in her vehicle. I think that she could have potentially engaged this person when she first arrived on scene. I think that her passing the scene up did not really offer her that much more of an advantage. As she was driving away, he could have began firing upon her and started putting rifle rounds through the soft body of that vehicle and just eat her up. When she got to that position that she was at, about almost 100 yards away, he had a scoped rifle. He could have very easily picked her off while she's sitting inside her car. And at first she did not have her rifle out. It was still in its mount. So she would have likely either A, hit the accelerator, try to do a U-turn in the roadway and go further away, or respond with a pistol, which at that distance she's not going to be doing a damn thing with her pistol. So I don't think that driving away was the best option. I think the best option would have been for her to contact him right then and there. As soon as she pulled up and noticed him, I think guns should have come out of the holster and start doing work at that point. I just don't see any advantage of driving past the person and away from them, and then that would be taking your eyes off of them and not being able to fully see exactly what they're doing. And they could have taken that rifle and, like I said, start plugging rounds through that vehicle as she's driving away and just eat her up. Or once she stopped, pick her off with a scoped rifle. The handling of the rifle is something else that I kind of picked up. So this is a single point sling for this rifle. And with a single point sling, your rifle is going to dangle a whole lot more to the front of you. It's not going to be secured as well as it could be if you were having a 2-point sling. If you've got a 2-point sling, especially if you've got the tactical one where you can cinch it, you can cinch that thing tight and have it across your body and it not really move much at all and go anywhere. With the single point, it just dangles a whole lot. So when she disengages the safety, and let me replay it.
Is he down?
331, I'm at 8 no.
He's down? Okay.
So when she disengages the safety and then takes her hand off the pistol grip, she's obviously still holding on to the rifle with her other arm, or else that thing would be dropping and dangling. But the fact that her hand has left this part of the gun without re-engaging the safety makes me wonder if she kept that safety off for longer periods of time without either hand on the rifle. And if so, that's not a good thing to be doing. The safety on a rifle the external safety on a rifle is needed because you don't have a holster to put that thing in that's going to cover the trigger. With your rifle dangling in front of you, there is a chance that as it's dangling and moving around, something goes inside the trigger guard and can manipulate the trigger. That's why there's an external safety on those. So there are times where you definitely need to be having your safety on. Now, I'm of the opinion that so long as you've got a hand or both hands on that rifle, I think that you can disengage the safety and move around without having to re-engage that safety. Because when you think about it, if you've got your pistol out, especially if it's like a striker-fired pistol, like a Glock or something like that, that does not have an external safety, you could have your pistol out and be moving around. And there's no safety on that thing. The only thing that's keeping that gun from not shooting is your finger. The whole Black Hawk Down thing. The Delta guy. This is my safety, and your finger, right? If you can do that with a pistol and it's acceptable, no one blinks an eye at it, I see no reason why you can't do that with a rifle. But the minute you go hands off from that rifle, you're not controlling that rifle anymore, then you need to engage that safety. Because when you go hands off with a pistol, what do you do with a pistol? You put it in the holster, right? With a rifle, you go hands off with it, turn the safety on. That's sort of like its holster. Otherwise, something can get inside that trigger guard and make it go boom. Now, we don't get to see the rest of her footage. They cut it short right here. So I don't know if she had better handling of her rifle or not. But that was enough for me to want to talk about it because I did find it was visually interesting. I wish they would have provided a little bit more of her footage, at least, you know, going up and making contact with the guy, but they cut it short right here. But it's not too long after this that an off-duty guy arrives, and she gives the off-duty guy her pistol. And they both start to make the approach. They stop at Hunter's truck, and they kind of hold right there and don't go any further until other units get on scene. And then they start coordinating, and they start to move in on Perry. So this is her body cam footage. I'm going to go into the incident report and photographs of her after the incident. After the incident, although she did not fire any rounds at all, the investigators went ahead and went through the process of documenting what her uniform looked like, did a round count, just as they would if she had shot. So because she was involved in this critical incident, they just went ahead and did her the same as if she had shot, but she did not shoot at all. So we've got a frontal picture of her, then they've got a side picture, back picture, another side picture, and then pictures of her footwear. They also do pictures of her firearm, and then do a round count. I'll talk about the round count later, but she does not have fully loaded magazines or fully loaded gun. She's missing some rounds. Outer carrier vests are pretty common now. They're a lot more popular than what they were several years back. I like outer carriers, and I also dislike outer carriers, if that makes any sense. I'm more of a fan of the uniform style carrier, one that kind of blends in with the uniform shirt, versus the whole tactical outer vest. I think the tactical outer vest can be done with less stuff on the vest. I'm not a big fan of putting pretty much your whole belt on the front of the vest. You know, people want to talk about, you know, the gun belt, you know, hurts your hips and blah, blah, blah. You know, I kind of think that putting all that junk on the vest and it all being to the front could also be a little bit detrimental to your back some, because that's a lot of weight pushed all the way to the front right there. And the issue too, to me, with putting everything to the front of the vest is you just don't have space for it all, and it starts to look really crappy. Like, I'm not a big fan of how this vest looks. I don't like how it's very busy right here. Take notice of the cell phone carrier right there and where it's at. You know, cell phones are great. They are a good form of communication, but I don't think that they're the most critical piece of communication, that it needs to be placed in a way that it could end up hindering your ability to get something off your vest in terms of a fighting weapon or something like that. I've seen a lot of vest setups where the taser, there's a hindrance with drawing that taser clearly because there's so much junk on the front of the vest. I've seen where, you know, people put the radios to the front and you've got the cord right here kind of wrapping around part of the taser gun itself here. I've even seen that to some extent with duty belt setups as well. People just not having a good layout, and it potentially could cause an issue with getting a good grip on that weapon, go to extend and then not be able to because you got cord wrapped around your hand and the gun and the taser. portable radios to the front of the vest, I have not been a big fan of that, mainly because of the long antenna. You start bending and whatnot, you run the risk of bending over a certain way and then poking yourself in the face with this antenna, or worse, poking yourself in the eye. I think there's better ways to do the radio so that you can reduce those risks of being poked in the eye by your own antenna. Either that's replacing the antenna completely to where it's more like a whip antenna, sort of. It's more flexible, that you can run on the vest and have it go to the shoulder area right there, or just putting it in a different place to where the antenna is going to be more out of the way. I like the arrowhead patch, which, obviously I like the arrowhead kind of design because that's in my company logo. But there's not a whole lot of agencies out there that use the arrowhead shape. They use the shield shape, which looks similar to arrowhead when it's enlarged like that. But the arrowhead, I think, from a symbology standpoint, I think there's a lot of deep meaning behind an arrowhead, versus other designs and whatnot. Anyway, all right. So enough of the pictures. Let's get into the report. All right. So this is the interview of Deputy Carrie Storberg. At the beginning of this report, not that important, it's just basically a summary of the whole incident itself, what's going on, why they're doing this report. The uniform weapons inspection. So this is what I talked about earlier when we was looking at the photos. Her magazine's not being fully loaded. So she removed her duty weapon from her holster, removed the magazine from the weapon. The round in the chamber of the weapon was also removed. Handguns, a Glock 45 Gen 5. Magazine removed from the weapon had 15 unfired cartridges, and the magazine was labeled to have the capacity of holding 17 cartridges. So that's 15 rounds of the magazine and 1 out of the gun. She removed her 2 spare magazines, which were stored in a double magazine pouch on her vest carrier. Each of the spare magazines contained 16 unfired cartridges when they were labeled to have the capacity of 17 cartridges. So I found some issue with this. The magazines were not even fully loaded. The gun itself had the potential to have 2 more rounds. So she took a magazine holding 16 rounds, put it in the gun, racked the slide, and could have loaded that magazine to 17, insert, rack, take magazine out, put 1 more round in, and have a total of 18 rounds. But instead, she just has a total of 16 rounds in the gun. At the end of the day, is 2 rounds, is that so crucial? Maybe. Could be. Between those 3 magazines, that's 3 rounds that she doesn't have. And if she could have done the basically administrative reload of insert magazine, rack slide, take magazine out, put 1 extra round in the mag, that could have been 4 rounds more that she could have had. So why were her magazines not loaded all the way? I suspect that she just did not have sufficient strength to load the magazines to full capacity. When you load the magazines and the spring compresses, there is some resistance, and some people just don't have the grip strength to fully load them all the way. Now, did she fully know that they were not loaded all the way? I don't know. It's plausible that she may have got to that point, and because she did not have the strength to put that one last round in, that she thought the magazine was at full capacity. On the Glock magazines, you can look on the back with the windows and see how many rounds are there. So if she would have looked at the back, then she should have noticed that window number 17 did not have a cartridge there. The box of ammunition that she was given, or boxes of ammunition that she was given, when she was loading the magazines from that box, some, simple math should have told her that, hey, these magazines say this, but they're not, but I have this ammo left over here, the numbers aren't matching up. They go into her experience in the assignment and talk about her vehicle. To me, some of that's just not really fully important. Talk about what she did prior to this event, and then it talks about the incident. So I already talked about that in the video, how she was heading towards Cameron and then had to get turned around and go back the other direction. I'm sorry. So I had said that the town I thought started with a B. It's actually S, Stanley. I guess I was thinking of the county Barron. But anyway, they made their traffic stop in the town of Stanley. So she gets turned around and she heads back towards the right direction. And then this is what she talks about her observing right here. She saw the male subject, who was later identified to be Perry, was leaning against the front hood of the Equinox. That right there, I don't recall seeing in the video this guy going to the front of his vehicle. I've always seen him just be at the back of the vehicle. So I don't know if this was the person writing the report got it mixed up, or she had gotten it mixed up and just thought that he was at the front of the car. If it was her getting it mixed up, this is a reminder of why you should not give statements following a shooting. Now, she didn't shoot, obviously, but this was still a critical incident, and she made a statement soon after this, and I think it's possible that she got it a little mixed up because it was so soon. The brain can be kind of tricky when it comes to fight or flight and being able to remember exact details immediately after an incident, stuff like that. And I think this is just the effect of that. I think had she waited a while to give a statement, that this would have been this would not have been a thing. She would have correctly recalled that he was at the back of the car. Anyway, parked directly south of the gray Equinox was the police vehicles. She observed Emily laying on the ground with what appeared to be a fatal gunshot wound. And then behind her vehicle was Hunter's vehicle, and she could see Hunter laying on the ground with what appeared to be a fatal gunshot wound to his head, and neither of the two were moving. She continued past the scene and turned around initially, parking approximately 100 yards south of the Cameron Police Department vehicles. She believed that Emily and Hunter were deceased and believed that Perry would also kill her. She moved her vehicle to a driveway of a concrete business so she could see Perry, and he was lying on his left side on the ground directly south of the gray Equinox. He was not moving, and she noticed that his pants were partially removed, which exposed his buttocks. She requested via the radio that more people respond to the scene, which we already know about that. Telling people to get out of there. She got her rifle out. So Deputy Andrew Cragenbull arrived, and he was unarmed. So she gave him her pistol, and she kept her rifle. So this right here illustrates why it's important to have a backup gun. A backup gun is not just for if something happens to your primary gun, like it has a catastrophic failure or it runs out of ammo. A backup gun is also for arming other people to be able to force multiply. What's better, one person with two guns or two people with a gun each? I think two people with a gun each is a lot better than one person with two guns. I don't think a lot of people think about that aspect of it. I think they think more along the lines of, what if I run out of ammo? What if, my primary gun blows up, whatever. But a real possibility of a backup gun being useful is being able to arm another person. There's a video out there of an officer somewhere north of the country, close to the Canadian border. He gets out on a call and starts getting shot at, and I can't remember if he's off duty or retired. I think he might have been retired. A retired Canadian cop stopped and asked if he needed help, and the officer had a backup gun and gave the Canadian cop the backup gun, and so he was able to force multiply right there on the spot and have two guns on the bad guy. So if you don't have a backup gun, then I strongly recommend that you reconsider. So they began approaching Perry's vehicle, where he was positioned, and they walked to the east side of the Cameron Police Department and the Chetek Police Department vehicles to approach Perry, while Deputy Storberg and Deputy Cragenbull were advancing towards Perry's location. Storberg and Cragenbull stopped at a position of cover on the east side of the Chetek Police Department law enforcement vehicle, at which time Perry was still lying on Perry's side on the ground facing the Equinox. Storberg observed a handgun lying on the ground near Perry's shoulder, which Deputy Storberg estimated was within Perry's reach. Deputy Cragenbull issued verbal commands for Perry not to move, and at one point, Perry rolled onto Perry's back, at which time Perry's arm was covering the handgun on the ground. At that point, I firmly believe they would have been justified in opening up on him. They got two dead cops. They passed Hunter, so they could have seen all the damage that Perry did to him. That was right there. Like, there's no way of not seeing those details of part of his head missing and all that brain matter laying out. And as they were going between the vehicles, they had to have seen Emily's face. So, what other proof do you need? What other motivation do you need at that point? Like, the minute that motherfucker started to roll towards his gun, it's a green light, like Mad Dump. You don't know if he's just rolling over onto his back. Like, no, you have no idea what he's doing. And the fact that he killed two trained police officers and he is rolling towards his gun, as far as I'm concerned, the fight is on at that point. So I believe that as he rolled over towards his gun, they should have opened up on him. Deputy Storberg described Perry to be laying on the ground on Perry's back with both Perry's arms out to his sides fully extended. Perry did not verbally respond to Deputy Craigbull's commands. Deputy Storberg observed Perry to have had some type of webbing or strap affixed to his chest that she believed had been related to some type of chest holster that he was wearing. They verbally communicated with Officer Parr, off-duty investigator Riley Cummett, and off-duty Deputy Jonathan Fick of the Barron County Sheriff's Office or Department, who were all positioned northwest of the Equinox, about how they were going to approach and secure Perry. They approached Perry, secured him in handcuffs. She's unsure who put the handcuffs on. I'm assuming that this censored out part is her talking about some detailed wounds that she observed between the two officers. She remained on scene and then was provided a ride to the sheriff's office by Deputy Fick. And she left her rifle there at the scene in her vehicle. And then that is it for her report. Yeah. So, like I said, I think that she could have definitely done things a little bit different. I think she could have initiated contact with this guy right as she got on the scene and noticed him. I don't think that driving away from him gave her any advantage whatsoever. I think that she got lucky that Perry had probably lost so much blood at that point that he just wasn't able to do a damn thing. I think that had Perry not lost so much blood, that he probably would have started shooting at her. All right. On to the next. Okay, here is the interview for Deputy Andrew Craigbull. He was the one who got there with the on-duty Deputy Storberg. He's the one who had to borrow the pistol from that female deputy. So let's go into his report. Again, the beginning of this report is just the way they do their reports. They kind of give a summation of what's going on. The uniform weapons inspection. So obviously, you know, he's not in uniform. He didn't have a weapon, and so that's kind of how they're going to have to document this here. So they noted that he was off duty when he responded. He was wearing the same civilian attire that he had on during the interview. He had worn a blue and white in color baseball style hat and black sunglasses positioned over the cap and rested on the bill of the cap, a black and blue in color quarter zip short sleeve shirt which contained an embroidered long on the left chest area of the shirt that read Cameron Comet Softball. Deputy Craigbull also had worn blue in color jeans and brown color shoes. He did not have a weapon to inspect due to him responding directly to the incident location after he was called in for the incident. At the incident location, he had been provided Deputy Storberg's pistol, and then he returned that handgun to her after the incident. So when it comes to off-duty carry, it amazes me how many officers out there refuse to carry a gun off-duty. It's really mind-boggling. There are people out there, criminals, who they're not in the right mind. They may be in their right mind, but they're not right at all. You know, they're not crazy or anything, but they've lived a lifestyle of violence, and they don't have that filter. They don't have that fear like a lot of law-abiding people do. And these people can hold a grudge against law enforcement. They may be extremely mad at an officer because that officer caught them and caused them to go to prison for a long period of time, or you know, an officer may have had to have sent a family member of theirs away for a long time, or they may have had to use force against them or a family member, whatever, something to hold a grudge against. They don't even have to be anything that they did. It could just be the fact that because they are a law enforcement officer, this person has a grudge against them. And especially now, with the way the war on police is, it's crazy to me that there are cops who just do not carry off duty. If you don't carry off duty, then I strongly urge you to reconsider that. You never know when you're going to come across some crazy criminal who wants to get revenge on you. You never know when you're going to be out and about when something happens. For the whole reason why armed citizens carry. You never know when something's going to happen. Credentials for off-duty law enforcement. So, there's, and here's the thing that gets me. There's a lot of cops who will be very quick to put a badge in their wallet so they can badge their way out of something. Get a speeding ticket or want a discount. They'll whip that badge out, but they won't carry a gun. If you carry a badge but not a gun, you're wrong. But credentials is something else that should be carried by law enforcement when they're off duty. And a wallet badge seems nice, but that's only for if you're going to whip your wallet out and flash it at someone and then put it back in your pocket. In a critical incident like this, a badge wallet doesn't really help you a whole lot, because it's going to tie one hand up when you may need to be having both hands on a weapon. I think a badge on a necklace is a better option than a badge in a wallet, because you can put that necklace around you and it be on you, and if you need to badge someone at an angle, you can pull that badge away from your chest and hold it up, and then when you need to immediately let go of it, you can just let go of it and it's still going to be retained to you. So I think that badge carriers with a necklace chain are a better option than wallet badges. Here in Kentucky, law enforcement are given, they're basically slap bracelets, like from the 1990s, a little metal band that you can roll. It rolls up, you can roll it out, and it snaps into a rigid position like a ruler, and then you can slap it against your wrist, and then it coils around your wrist. So it's basically one of those that's like 3 inches wide, and is long enough to where you could slap it around your bicep if you wanted to. Those are given to law enforcement here in Kentucky as a way to identify law enforcement who are off duty. Now, some officers will take those things out of their cruiser and put them in their personal car when they're off duty. Others just leave it in the cruiser. If you're in Kentucky, if you can get your hands on more than one, get your hands on more than one. Keep one in the car. That way, if you're in the work vehicle and you're in plain clothes, you can still slap that thing on you and still be identified. But put one in your personal vehicle. That way, if you're out and about and you need to identify yourself, that's an easy way to do it. Now, I don't know if other states do this or not. This is something that was created here in Kentucky in the 1990s. An incident occurred up in Louisville, Kentucky, where probation and parole was chasing a dude, and they requested help from Louisville police. And Louisville police is such a large city that they have multiple districts, and they operate off different channels. So you got probation and parole on one channel, obviously. You got your patrol division in one district on one channel, and then your detectives operate off a different channel. So all these units respond to this call, and it's a mix of probation and parole, uniformed Louisville police, and Louisville police detectives in plain clothes. They get this dude cornered. They get him down at gunpoint, and a detective is on an adjacent street to an alley, or is in an alley, and he is positioned where he can see the suspect, and he's got his gun pointed at him, and the other officers got their guns pointed at the suspect. Well, there's another officer who can only see the detective. He cannot see the suspect laying on the ground, and to that detective's bad luck, he happened to match the description of the suspect. So that officer has his gun pointed at the detective. He can hear the other officers around the corner yelling, drop the gun, or get on the ground, something like that. And that officer, like I said, all he can see is that detective with his gun. That detective is in plain clothes. He's not marked in any way as a peace officer. So he starts to light his ass up. He starts shooting him. And that officer obviously drops his gun and starts yelling at him, I'm a cop, stop. And he lived. He ended up suing the agency. I want to say he ended up losing a finger over that. Kind of messed him up. I think he wasn't able to finish out his career the way he wanted to. I think he might have had to kind of medically retire sooner than what he wanted to. But that was when I think it was the Kentucky League of Cities decided to make those wristbands, because obviously the Kentucky League of Cities is the ones who's going to have to be footing some of that bill. So they came up with these wristbands, and then KCO, they started to do the same thing. They started making it for sheriff deputies. So in Kentucky, you got these bright neon green wristbands. They'll either say police or they say sheriff on them. And that's a pretty cool way to be able to quickly identify yourself as off-duty. I'm sure you could probably find a company out there that makes wristbands and kind of get one with your own print on it. That's always a possibility. A simple traffic vest that folds up and could be stay in the car that says police on it, something like that could be used to pull out to identify yourself. I've seen these. They look like hall monitor sashes, but they compress into this small pouch, and you can rip it open, and it's a bright neon green, neon yellow color, and it has police on the front and back, and you wear it like a sash. And that could be a quick, easy way to have yourself identified as off-duty. And time of the year and environmentally dependent, there are also specialty jackets that are an option. So one jacket that I have that I like is the 511 Response jacket. It's just a windbreaker, and it has hideaway panels. So the back, there's a zipper in the back on the top shoulder area. You can unzip it and pull this panel out and have it laying on the outside of the jacket, and you can have whatever you want embroidered on there. So it comes with a blank tab. I've taken it and I've put Velcro on there so that I can change things out as I need to. And same thing on the front. So each breast pocket has two breast pockets. Each pocket, you can open them up and pull these tabs out. And I've put Velcro on them so I can switch patches out as I need to. But you could have a panel that has the whatever you need embroidered on it. That, I think, is a really great thing to have for off-duty. Is it the most fashionable thing? No, probably not. But it's really cool to be able to reach up and flip out this panel, and it has a badge on it. So you can conceal everything, stick those panels inside where nobody can see anything at all. You're just wearing this black jacket, and then boom, shwa, you pull this panel out, it's got a badge on it. Really great piece of kit right there. Highly recommend it. I've got a video on it on this channel, so go look under the gear playlist and you'll see the 511 response jacket on there. All right, so recap, off duty, you need to be carrying a gun and you need to be thinking about some type of credentials to be able to wear, because you get somewhere, you want to do something, you want to help out. If you're looking like everyone else and you're not easily identifiable, you're probably going to be adding chaos to the scene, and you're probably going to have to be getting guns pointed at you and wasting everyone's time. So that goes into his experience, talks about events prior to the incident. That day he spent time with his family, and they left their house to go to Buck and Beam's social house and campground to celebrate a 40th birthday party for his wife's co-worker. So they were at a birthday party when all this went down. He received the ERT page about what was going on. He departed from Buck and Beams, and then went in his personal vehicle going towards the scene of the incident. When he passed the intersection of County Road SS and US Highway 8, he observed the law enforcement vehicles approximately 300 yards south of US 8. He decided to respond to that location based on the circumstances involved. So, responding in his personal vehicle, obviously, and it's a personal vehicle, it's not going to be marked in any way. This is where I think it would be totally acceptable for, especially in rural areas like this, for officers to install lights and siren in their personal cars, just like volunteer firefighters do. All across this country, volunteer firefighters have lights and siren in their cars. Some of them go to the extreme and put double the worth of their car's amount in lights and siren in their cars. They'll have like a freaking $500 Toyota, and they'll have like $1,500 in lights and siren in that damn thing. Piece of shit car, but man, they got a nice light package. And that's so that they can be able to respond to anything at moment's notice, right? So law enforcement agencies, a lot of them will give officers the ability to take their car home as a take-home vehicle, with the idea that, hey, if something happens, you can respond from home. You can go to wherever from your house. That's great if you're at your house when something happens, but in an incident like this, when you're out somewhere, like at a personal party or something like that, chances are you're probably not going to be having the take-home car, because there's a policy about using the take-home car for personal use. So it's kind of a, I guess, it's like a catch-22, I guess you could say. It's like, hey, it's nice you got this take-home car, but it only works if you're actually at home. Nobody stays home all the damn time. People have lives they want to live, so they go out and about. So that's where I think officers being able to put lights and siren in their personal vehicles would actually be a benefit. I actually really think that for these agencies that have take-home vehicles for like their chiefs and all that, I think that's probably the better thing to do, is tell the chief, hey, put lights and siren in your car if you want to be able to respond to something quickly after work. Because what's the realistic need for a chief to have a take-home car for a large agency? Your large agencies, the chiefs, they don't respond to shit. They ain't getting up 2 o'clock in the morning and going somewhere. Now, smaller towns, yeah, the chief is a working chief. They actually go out on the road and do work. So in that instance, yeah, they need, take-home car. But other ones, no, I don't think so. I think the city could save money and just tell them to put lights and siren in their car. He arrived at the location, observed the suspect vehicle. He noticed the police vehicles there, and noticed Deputy Storberg. He continued to travel past the incident location to where Storberg was positioned, and he made the following observations. He observed a heavier male subject wearing blue jeans, laying on his left side in the roadway parallel with the rear bumper of the Equinox. His head was facing west towards the intersection of the road, and he observed a 1911 style pistol to have been laying on the roadway next to him. Officer Breitenbach was lying on the roadway next to the driver's side door of Officer Breitenbach's vehicle. She had what appeared to have been a fatal gunshot wound to the left side of her head. Crane Bull believed that she was deceased. He observed Hunter laying in the ditch, and he was not moving. When he reached the location where Deputy Storberg had been parked, he made contact with her, got her 45, or not her 45, got her Glock 45, and told her that they had to make an approach to Perry's vehicle. So that, the way that's worded is interesting to me. So it's like he gets there, he gets a gun from her, and then he tells her that, hey, we got to go up there. So it almost makes me wonder if there was some hesitation on her part to move forward, and this guy had to take the lead and start basically giving orders and say, hey, we need to start doing work. We need to go doing stuff. He took a lead position with Storberg positioned behind him. So that's another interesting thing. This guy has no body armor on whatsoever, and he is at the front of the stack. All right, he's the front of the spear. She has body armor, but she's hanging out in the back. They both approached Perry's location from the south, and he used the Chetek Police Department and Cameron Police Department vehicles for cover. During the approach, they observed Officer Scheel with what was gunshot wounds to his right bicep and left shoulder. He also appeared to have gunshot wounds to the left side of his head. I'm assuming that this blacked out part right here is more gruesome details of the injuries. Deputy Crane Bull believed that Hunter was deceased based on his observations. They reached the front passenger side of the Chetek police vehicle and used it for cover. They gave commands for Perry not to move, and then he believed that Perry was deceased, but when he gave his last verbal command, Perry rolled onto his back. During that time, Deputy Crane Bull given Perry commands. Deputy Crane Bull observed Officer Raymond Parr of the Barron Police Department, off-duty Deputy Jonathan Fick of the Barron County Sheriff's Office, and off-duty investigator Riley Cummett of the Rusk County Sheriff's Office approaching the incident location from the south. Deputy Crane Bull verbally communicated with Officer Parr, Deputy Fick, and investigator Cummett for law enforcement officers to approach Perry. Officer Parr, Deputy Fick, and investigator Cummett approached Perry from the west as Deputy Crane Bull and Deputy Storberg approached him from the south. Notice the straps on his chest, and he had a knife in a sheath affixed to the strap. When they reached him, Crane Bull provided lethal cover as Perry was placed in handcuffs. Deputy Crane Bull observed Deputy Fick secure a handgun lying next to Perry. Deputy Crane Bull observed Deputy Fick had moved the slide of the handgun back to clear the handgun and make it safe. When he cleared the handgun, Deputy Crane Bull observed one live round of ammo ejected from the chamber. After Perry had been placed in handcuffs, Deputy Crane Bull cleared Perry's vehicle to make sure that no other individuals had been inside the vehicle. While Deputy Crane Bull cleared the vehicle, he observed an additional rifle inside the vehicle. Why this part is blocked out, I have no idea. Don't know what could be there. Shortly, it could be that he gave some kind of description or graphic description about Perry. Shortly after emergency or EMS arrived at the scene, Crane Bull removed the straps which contained the knife on Perry's chest so EMS could perform medical aid to Perry. While EMS treated Perry, Crane Bull observed Perry had what appeared to have been gunshot wound to his upper area of his right leg. Perry was later removed from the incident location and transported to the hospital in a medical helicopter. He remained there at the scene and returned the gun back to Storberg. He did not discharge her gun at all. when he possessed it. He continued to assist officers on scene with protecting the crime scene and placed traffic cones over empty ammunition casings to protect them from being moved. During the time Deputy Cranbull helped protect the crime scene, Deputy Cranbull observed blood squirts, arterial bleeding, which appeared to have led from the driver's side of Officer Bradenbach's law enforcement vehicle around Officer Shield's law enforcement vehicle into where Officer Shield was laying east of the roadway. The blood trail further led from where Officer Shield had been back to where Perry had been located. Cranbull returned to the Barron County Sheriff's Office after Deputy Cranbull was relieved from the incident location. Deputy Cranbull had no physical injuries related from the incident. The interview, uniform, and equipment inspection of Deputy Cranbull concluded at approximately 9 p.m. So, that's the report. Now we'll go take a look at his photos. Alright, so this is what Cranbull looked like on the incident for the day. As you can see, there's nothing about him that says he's law enforcement. He looks to be anyone who could be riding down the road. Now, obviously, it being a smaller community, those officers would have been able to very quickly identify him, be like, hey, he's a good guy. But still, if you're law enforcement, you need to consider having some type of credentials on you so that you can easily identify yourself. And I just do not think that a badge wallet is the best way to go about it. I think that one of those belt clip holders with a chain is probably the best thing to be able to do, and slip it around your neck, wear it like a necklace, or trying to get one of those sash devices or like a slap wrist kind of thing to be able to keep in your vehicle. That way, when you're out and about, you can very easily slap this thing to you, and it shows exactly who you are. All right. Moving on. Okay, so here are some aerial photographs of the incident. This is a mix of showing aerial photographs and also some overlays on these photographs. So as I noted once before, with the blur boxes, they did show some blur boxes around this part of the vehicle, even though Perry was not laying there. There was a copious amount of blood right here on the ground, and I believe that they blurred that out because it was graphic in nature. You can make out all the cones showing pieces of evidence. You can see even the yellow evidence markers down here. This is showing the blood trail. So when I guess Hunter was to the rear of his vehicle and Perry was over in this area, it appears that Hunter shot Perry when Perry was right about in this area, because this is where you start to see a lot of the blood, and then a lot of it starts to show as he's coming around the vehicle, goes up, kills Hunter, and then goes back to his vehicle where you see the big pool of blood right there. This is showing the possible bullet trajectory angles. So this, of course, being somewhere that he could have been standing based off the holes that were found in the vehicle. So we know that from the video, he was pretty much almost within here that he fired, but he could have been as far out as this space into here. This is showing where Hunter was standing somewhere within this span right here. When he fired, of course, he did miss Perry multiple times when he fired. Some of his bullets, actually, one hit his vehicle, and I believe, I know in the back of her car, his rounds went into, and there was a side view mirror that was hit. This is Hunter's truck. So he fired a round and it went through the back of his truck and ended up into the cab area of the vehicle. This is showing Emily's vehicle. You can see the trajectory rods right here where rounds had impacted it. So there's one in the windshield here, one in the door, one in the side mirror, and one in the back of the car itself. The one that went through the door is the one that hit her in the face. There was a report written by one of the EMS personnel. They were just detailing things that they had observed on the scene, and one of the EMS personnel had noted the bullet holes through the front of her vehicle and had noted the bullet holes in the back. And they had put in their report that it appeared to them as though a bullet had traveled from the front of the vehicle to the rear of the vehicle. But that was not accurate. It ended up being that the bullet to the rear of Emily's vehicle came from Hunter's gun. I believe that the hole in her side view mirror came from Perry's rifle. So this is showing how the officers' bodies were oriented. This is the only illustration showing the placement of their body. All the photographs that are there from the scene have the sensor box placed over the body, so you can't really see how they're oriented. You can read about how they're oriented, but as far as a visual illustration goes, this is the only visual illustration that shows how they were positioned on the ground. This is showing all the pieces of evidence. And then this is just showing a further out aerial view shot. All right, so that is it on this. Moving on. All right, so these are photographs that were taken by the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory. This is just a, I guess you'd call it like an informational sheet that gives the viewer, whoever reviews the files of these photos, what the case number for this is, when they were started, etc. So as far as photos and videos. Here is an overall scene photo. Of course, this is later on in the evening. Some time has passed. It has become nighttime. You can see, obviously, it's nighttime, and they have scene lighting out there. It may be something that a lot of people don't know or realize, but when it comes to homicide investigations, the person's dead body will often lay there for some amount of time before it gets moved. In the very beginning, the movement of a person's body, it varies from scenario to scenario, but if it's an obvious death, generally no one will go to touch that body until the medical examiner or the coroner's office gets on scene and takes over. In most jurisdictions, they're the ones who have the full control and authority over a dead body. For example, here in the state of Kentucky, the coroner's office has full authority and control over death investigations. No one is allowed to do anything to that body until the coroner says so. So even the Kentucky State Police, the FBI, the marshals, the DEA, whoever, they cannot do anything to a dead body until the coroner says it's okay. So because of that legality framework, in a lot of places, the body won't be messed with or touched until the coroner gets there. Then the coroner will take their photographs for their office, and then usually they'll have the other agency take over that investigation. It's interesting, really, how it's done in some states. So, for example, the coroner, by law, is the ultimate for investigation. However, they don't really truly do it. They just act as a body transport service. They'll certify deaths and stuff like that. As far as them going out and doing scene reconstructions and advanced crime scene processing and all that, they don't do that. They literally, all they do, they come out, they take a few photos for their records, and they transport the body. It's the police department, the sheriff's office, the state police who conduct that investigation, take those findings to the courts, and try to prosecute people. In other areas, this may vary. You may see coroners or medical examiners have a more proactive role. But in a lot of places, it's just not like that. So once the coroner says, okay, I've got my stuff, you all take over, then those agencies will start to do their thing. In an incident like this, where they're waiting on the Wisconsin state authorities at the state level to come in and start their investigation, they may be some distance away. These people may be headquartered in the capital for that state, and that may be like an hour or two away or something like that. So it may be, between them getting a call, getting all their stuff together, and getting down there, it could have been 3 hours before they ever got there on scene. And so until they get on scene, nobody touches anything, nobody does anything. And then once they get on scene, they start their investigation process, and then that's when the bodies are usually recovered from the scene, put in a bag, and taken on somewhere. So that's why their bodies are still laying out on the ground. It's just taken a while for these investigators to get everything set up and do what they need to do to document this stuff. Keep in mind, Perry was still alive around this time. He ended up dying, but when he left that scene, he was still alive. So they're going through the mindset of conduct the investigation right so that they can properly prosecute him and get a conviction. And unfortunately, that means the body of the deceased has to lay out there in the roadway for some amount of time. Otherwise, if you do things too quickly, move things too fast, and don't do it properly, you lose evidence. And if you lose evidence, you lose a conviction. So he takes photographs from far, mid, and close up. At this point, they have already removed Emily's handgun from between her legs and have set it off to the side, taken the magazine out, and did a round count, documenting the holes in the windshield, or the hole in the windshield and the hole in the front right here. They at some point turned their vehicles off. Their vehicles had remained running for some period of time, but they eventually went over to the vehicles and just turned them off, since there's no sense in keeping them turned on. These portable lighting systems are pretty nice. As technology has gotten better and LED lights draw less power, these are more user-friendly, more realistic to be able to use. Trying to have portable scene lighting when using incandescent lighting or halogen lighting, the battery run times on those were not that great. But with LEDs, you can have a very long run time with a large enough battery. So these things are pretty invaluable. So they keep the blur box over the bodies, and it's not really necessary in my opinion, because the bodies have bed sheets over top of them. So you can see in the background whoever did the open records work on this particular image, they forgot to put a sensor box over Emily's body that's covered in a bed sheet. So you can't even see her. You just see blood soaking through the bed sheet. I suspected they did this out of respect of the officers, but you're not able to see anything at all. You can even see the bed sheet down here. I think the next one they remove it. Nope. It's later on. You'll see. It looks like they do a photograph of his body with the body sheet removed, and you'll see the sheet laying off to the side. You can start to see the blood trail from where Perry was walking back to his vehicle. And you can see some more of it right in here. So she had a mix of brass and nickel cased ammunition. I don't know why there is a mixture of ammunition like this in her gun. The brass cased ammo appears to be hollow point. I just don't know what brand or style that it is. I found that to be a little peculiar. There's some people out there who would advocate loading your gun with a mixture of hollow point and full metal jacket, so that if you were shooting at someone and they were behind harder cover, you could at least put some rounds to that harder cover and get to them. I don't believe in that practice. You'll actually hear quite a few people say some pretty wild stuff and give pretty wild recommendations with gun stuff. I don't know if she had overheard someone talking about that, and she has a mixture of different rounds in there, trying to do like a little party mix, because they both appear to be hollow point. I just don't know why one is obviously different than the other as far as the casing goes. So this would tell me that these are two different brands, or at least two different styles and models, and why she would have that like that in her gun, I don't know. It could be that this was the only ammunition that she had left. It's very plausible that she has to buy her own ammunition. You got to remember, there's a lot of agencies out there where officers are basically forced to have to buy their own equipment. There's lots of agencies out there where police officers have to buy their own gun. Buy their own gun. There's plenty of agencies out there where they have to buy their own duty belt, vest, all kinds of stuff. So it's not that far stretched of a possibility that she had to buy her own ammo, and this is a result of her having to buy stuff and save money here and there, and ended up with two different brands of stuff. I still feel that the stuff's going to work, right? But I suspect that's probably what's going on there, since they're both hollow point. Her glasses were found in the passenger seat. One of the earpieces, I don't know what you call that part of glasses, but this one has been broken off. And the other piece is laying on the ground. So I don't know if she was wearing these at the time that she got hit, and bullet fragment hit her glasses and sheared this off and broke it, and these things went flying into the passenger seat. But that's certainly plausible. There's the sheet being removed. This one has all the same style of ammunition. They're all brass cased ammunition. I'm sorry, not brass cased, nickel cased. Here's an arm patch from Hunter's uniform. You can see that this thing has been shredded. Believe this is a taser off of Emily's uniform. This appears to be part of a taser cartridge. There wasn't any clear explanation that I could recall seeing in the report detailing this, talking about what this is here. I suspect that having taken a picture of the taser was for some kind of reference. We see that this extra cartridge is still in the digital power magazine here and hasn't left. Where this part of a taser cartridge came from, I have no idea. But that's what this appears to be, is part of a taser cartridge. It's the little clippy side that you'd press in to get it to release and go into the gun itself or into the holder. Here they are documenting the seal on a body bag. So anytime a body in a homicide is recovered and placed into a body bag, there's a seal that is placed on it. That way they can show that there's a chain of custody over that body and that it has not been tampered with after they have retrieved it and placed it in the bag. We can see that written on the bag, it appears to be midnight 38. So there was a long period of time from the time of the shooting to when they placed her body into the bag that she had to lay out there in the roadway. Here's a couple of casings in her car. You can see a nickel case and a brass case. See a bullet hole where it has come from the front A post and has gone into the B post trim right there. Not really sure what they're trying to document right there. This looks like maybe possibly blood splatter, maybe. That could be why he's taking pictures of this. It looks to be biological in nature, but there's no clear, obvious reason for why this picture is being taken. Again, sealing of the body bag for Hunter's body, and it's almost pretty much 1 o'clock when they put him in there. More of his patch. I would suspect that this was a result of Perry shooting at him, shooting him into the shoulder and bicep area, and bullets exiting and ripping the patch off the uniform and sending it flying. Here's the interior of Perry's vehicle. It's got a messy car. He's got a messy house too. We'll take a look here in a little bit at photographs in his house, and it's a mess. He has another rifle in the front. It looked like he had this rifle just sitting in the front of his car anyway, but this rifle is just a 22 rifle. It's obviously not as powerful as the 5.56 or 223 that he had. I don't think there was any clear mentioning of how much money he had in this bag, or if this bag contains solely just money. Just a random assortment of stuff in his vehicle. Looks like maybe a jacket that he had been wearing. Some more close-ups of the items from the vehicle. So the 22, this 22 still would have been deadly. It can still kill. It's just obviously not as powerful as a 5.56. Actually, the 22, just the little projectile piece itself, it's almost pretty much the same size as the projectile of a 5.56. It's just that obviously with the 5.56 you have a much larger casing, so there's more gunpowder to make that thing go a whole lot faster. Not sure about the glove. I don't know if this was something that he was wearing or someone else had put on. This doesn't really look like a typical glove that police would be wearing. So I would suspect it is something that Perry had. This is off Hunter's hat. I suspect that the hat was being worn by him when he got shot, and when he got shot, the hat went flying off. The kinetic energy that rifle rounds exert it's devastating, and it would not surprise me if just the round hitting caused that hat to go flying off of his head and go flying that far. Here's an interior shot of Hunter's vehicle. It appears as though he still has his cell phone laying right there on his go bag. His laptop's still running, even though the vehicle's been shut off. Go back to the cell phone. So an officer's car is a mobile office. It's what they work in, day out. So there's going to be a lot of personal effects in someone's work vehicle. You can see his cup right there, his cell phone. I'm sure he's probably got some snacks or something in this bag. Just personal things, right? Stuff that you're going to need throughout the day. One thing I've always thought about when it comes to incidents where there's a line of duty death, the person who has to go through and inventory that vehicle, the person who has to go pull the personal effects out of that vehicle, etc., the mental anguish and torment that they have to go through, just boxing some person's personal stuff up, getting it out of there so that vehicle can be either auctioned off, gotten rid of, or cleaned and put back into service. Someone else take the vehicle. And seeing someone's personal stuff, their cup with their water in it, or their Kool-Aid, or whatever the hell they're drinking, and their cell phone, snacks, maybe a book or photographs. That's got to be hard for whoever has to go through and collect all that stuff, because they're going to have to be thinking about their work vehicle and think, hey, is someone going to have to do this to my stuff one day? It's a lot to think about, and I hate it for whoever has to go through this and collect all that stuff. I mean, I hate that the officers died and they have to go through that aspect of it as well. But this is almost like a double whammy, so to speak. They've had to go through that notification process of learning about a fellow officer dying, someone they may have known, especially a small agency like that, and now they may have the hard task of collecting all their stuff and dealing with that. It's got to be tough. That's a projectile. Looks like possibly a .40 caliber coming from Hunter's gun. I don't recall if there was any details about where they thought this one had come from. Here is part of that eyeglass rim or arm, whatever that part of the glasses is called. It's laying on the ground. Some more patch material. Here's the rear of Hunter's vehicle. He did send one of his rounds through the back of his own car. Not even sure what's being looked at here. I don't know. I don't see anything sticking out to me. I don't know what it is. Looks like an emergency light on a mirror was hit and shattered. The back of Emily's vehicle. This was a round that came from Hunter's gun. Back to Perry's vehicle. They've taken a photograph of the search warrant sitting in the driver's seat of his car. And here is the chest holster strap system that came off of Perry. Kind of an odd setup. I'm not a big fan of this kind of thing. Maybe if you were hiking out in the woods and you wanted your gun onto your chest area because you got a backpack on and you got a hip pad on that pack, maybe I could see this being a beneficial setup. But for everyday use, everyday carry, no, it's a little odd in my opinion. And that is it for this set of photographs. Next will be the Department of Criminal Investigation photographs of the scene. All right, here are the scene photographs from the DCI, Department of Criminal Investigations, or Division of Criminal Investigations. So they were obviously there a lot sooner than the crime lab people were, obviously because it's still daytime. So some general scene photographs here. You can notice in the background that the emergency lights are still activated, so at this point the vehicles are still running. So there's no body there. It's just a lot of blood, and they blurred that out because it's supposedly too graphic looking. When I looked at this, I was wondering, like, what is that thing on the fire hydrant? I guess because they get so much snow out that way. I guess there's a possibility that sometimes these things are buried in snow, and I guess this helps them find where the hydrant's at when it's buried. That's my only guess. We can see that at some point they've brought in a command post trailer. Sometimes some of these overall scene photographs, there's not a whole lot to be looking at, since they take so many of them from different angles. So I think that this is an Anderson AR-15. I cannot vividly remember. It appears to have a customized camo paint job on it, probably rattle can. No idea what kind of scope this is. Don't know what kind of sling he's using, but it almost looks like he's just used regular webbing, or maybe even tubular webbing. No, that's a little too thin to be tubular webbing. It just looks like he just took standard webbing and made a sling out of it. No other accessories on this rifle. No forward assist grip, no light, nothing. I don't think that this guy had any formal firearms training. I think he just plinked a lot at the range. Some of the interviews from other people, they had talked about how he had wanted to create a militia, but also he had invited some people to go shooting at the range, and he's bought a lot of guns over the years and may have gone to the range a bit. But just because you go to a range doesn't mean that you're very well off or more off than other people as far as training goes. I mean, think about people who you could say have been driving for 20 years and they still drive like shit, right? So just because a person goes to the range a whole lot doesn't mean they're actually good and proficient with what they're doing. When it comes to the fact that he killed 2 police officers, I think he just got lucky. I don't think that has anything to do with his skill set or anything like that. Just his rifle setup alone and his pistol setup and that stupid little chest rig thing he had, that alone tells me he has had no real formal training. If he had real formal training, he wouldn't be using that crap. He wouldn't have his rifle set up the way he had it set up. So he, I believe, just got completely lucky. You can see more of the medical intervention equipment laying on the ground, empty bags, things of that nature. And again, blurring out blood makes no sense to me. You see the lights are still on the vehicle. See a pair of gloves laying on the ground. So I will note that it's interesting that they put the blur box over her body, but you can still see some reflections in the paint job of the vehicle itself. Maybe not so much right there, but like this one, you can see the bed sheet covering her, and you can see the blood on the bed sheet in the reflection of the paint job. So it's like they took the effort to cover the body, but didn't think far enough ahead to be like, hey, there's a reflection in the paint job. You can see more of Perry's blood trail as he's walking along, leaking blood. So maybe that's where that round, there was a round found under the vehicle, and I guess maybe that's where that round came from. I guess it's possible that whenever Hunter fired, maybe his round hit that, I think it was a strobe light on his side view mirror, and I guess that maybe that slowed it down enough and it hit the back of her car right there, and would have had to have landed on the ground, and I guess got kicked by someone when they made the approach, because the round was found more to the driver's side rear wheel. I'm guessing this was a glove that Perry had in his pocket, or he may have had it on. I don't know. It's an interesting lighting system here on this push bumper. I think that is not probably the greatest setup, because once you go to use this push bumper, you're going to smash all the lights that are on it. The vehicle itself is interesting because it does not appear to be an actual service vehicle. It just looks like a truck that came off the regular lot, and they just modified it to be a police vehicle. There's no side spotlight on there or anything, so it just looks like a regular truck that was just taken off the lot, and they added all these different lights to it. These lights on the back of the bed, I think that's kind of an interesting setup. I don't think I've ever seen that before. It works, right? It works well for side lighting, and if it has the capability to have white light override, well, that's a pretty good quote-unquote alley light to be having right there. Like, that would shine a lot of light off to the side. And again, the paint job, so they will go through the process to blur out the bodies, but it's like they totally forgot to blur out the body's reflection in the paint job of the truck. And again, they're covered with bed sheets, so you're not going to see anything anyway, but Here is his body camera. Well, I thought there was more photographs of the camera. This guy was leaking a lot of blood. I mean, it was coming out pretty strong. I mean, so much that he created his own footprints in the ground with how much blood he was leaking out of his body. So you can see off to the side they've removed the body sheet, so they're just documenting what her body looked like laying on the ground. And same thing for here. You can see the body sheet right there. Storberg's vehicle right there, the first deputy that had arrived on scene. She left her vehicle there and she got a ride back to the station. And you can see in the background that they obviously forgot to add a blur box. So in this photograph, it appears as though the slide is actually locked to the rear. Well, obviously in that one it is, but even in this one, it appears to be fully locked to the rear. I don't know if Hunter had got it locked back to the rear as he was starting to move away, get off the X, but when he had that first initial malfunction, it did not appear to be in the fully locked back position. So I suspect that as he was moving forward and the camera was shaking a whole lot, he had gotten the slide pulled back into a locked position so that he could start to perform a malfunction clearance of a double feed. And I suspect that was probably about the time he got shot in the shoulder bicep area and dropped the gun. his dash cam was not activated, so it didn't capture any footage. So he has a partition in the back where it's a Lexan, plexiglass, whatever, divider in the middle. So he can put a prisoner on this side, and then on the other side, he can put all of his gear and stuff, and that prisoner won't be able to reach over and grab any of that stuff. It's kind of an interesting setup. I like them. I think they're pretty nice to be able to do that. Also, I think it makes it good when you're transporting two people and they're of the opposite sex. I think that can help keep people separated. And even if they are of the same sex too, being able to keep them separated from each other, I think is a good thing. But more so for having, all your stuff in the back, right? Like you put all that junk in the back, and it makes it just a whole lot easier. I've also seen setups to where just this section here is a prisoner partition, and there's no cage or anything on the driver's side, and that allows you to push the driver's side seat all the way back, which is really nice if you're a tall person. That's the memory card from the camera. So this body camera was still recording. This is the body camera that came off of, or was on Emily's body, but she did not have it activated, so it didn't catch anything. I believe this is Storberg's vehicle. I like these partitions. I like how it allows that center to go straight down. That way you can mount things on the front more easily. But then on the prisoner side, it has it kind of go forward and be a little bit more easier for them to get in and out with more leg room. I've seen other cage designs that are just, they don't seem that optimal. I guess they're kind of a more basic, cheaper design. Kind of a universal one. I guess someone at some point decided to start trying to circle the casing with spray paint, and then I guess they noticed that there was a lot of cast off with that paint getting onto the casing, and then said, oh, this isn't a good idea, because none of the other casings have any paint sprayed around them. I think the paint still could have been used, but just make a wider circle. I'm guessing that this is from Hunter's gun. That, or it could be from Perry's gun where they cleared it. It's not exactly clear. So you can see a blur box right here. So I don't know if that is there because there's brain matter right there, or what. I suspect it may be brain matter. If it was, they were wanting to block out blood, then they should have been blocking this part out as well. So that one live round on the ground, so that had to be Perry's because these are going to be Hunter's rounds, and he had nickel casing rounds. And there's that round that was found under the car. Part of the glasses from Emily's glasses. Some more patch material. And they've, again, added some more blur box to the hat. And they've added blur box right here. So I'm guessing that this has to be a mixture of possibly brain matter and or like copious amounts of pooled blood. You can see the leash and everything for Canine Grizz and the door right there. The dog, actually here in the last few weeks, the department actually gave the dog away to another agency there in Wisconsin. So those are the two casings that she fired. And you can see a lot of glass dust on the seat here from where Perry's round went through the windshield. And that is it for the DCI photographs. So here are some drone photographs. The photographs themselves, from the aerial perspective, for us, just don't really show a whole lot. Other than you can see what they've defined as the actual crime scene here. So they've made a pretty large area here, and then here's a staging area with the command post, and then everyone else who's a part of this investigation is pretty much parked down this way. It also has some thermal images taken of the crime scene. Some of these thermals will show some interesting images. You can already see them, but I'll point them out on this one. So here you can see everything in the visible light spectrum. And then when you switch it over to the infrared spectrum, you see some things on the roadway that were not there to begin with. Also, pay attention to these two marks right here. So this is from the exhaust of a vehicle, like a vehicle been sitting there for a while. And we'll start with this one down here. So just look at this one, go to thermal. Now, of course, it changes a little bit as far as the image being full screen or larger in appearance. But you can still see those two little marks down there. And then you see this big black box right here. So back it up. You see the two dots. You see the line, street sign, orientation. Again, street sign, line, two dots. So this black piece is the shadow of the vehicle that was sitting there. And you can even see the shadow of this vehicle that is sitting there. And you can see the shadow of this vehicle that is sitting there. So all material absorbs and radiates thermal energy differently. So although this may not be color spectrum of visible light, the thermal spectrum, it still shows some things that are similar to the light spectrum. And when you have a truck that is parked out in the roadway here, and the sun is coming from this angle or this area and is beating down on it, the roadway is absorbing all that energy and it's releasing that energy out. But when there's a shadow over that roadway, it's not heating up the same way as this part of the roadway is. So you can see shadows even with thermal imagery. It's a pretty neat thing. There's some other things you can do with thermal that you can't really do with visible light. You can even see like the shape of the wheels that were on these two ambulances here when it was parked. Now, there's really not much else to see from these thermal images. We just don't see a whole lot after this point, so really not a whole lot of commentary available on this. But I wanted to point out the shadows on the roadway there. All right, so on to the next. Here is Perry's vehicle. You'll notice Emily's vehicle in the background. Taking 360 photos of the vehicle just like someone would when trying to sell a vehicle. Just documenting the exterior. Just going through documenting some of the interior spots of it. Most of this is non-important until we start getting to the actual contents of the interior of this vehicle. This is an extremely dirty vehicle. See a copy of the paperwork there. A lot of junk in this vehicle. It's very disorganized. This is a sign that even his mind is disorganized. I found this copper, and there's another thing of copper in here as well. I found that to be rather interesting. You see the body of a rifle magazine in there. Probably the first time the back of this vehicle has been that clean in a while. So here's the extra copper that I was talking about. Like, why is he riding around with copper like this in his vehicle? Like, did he steal it from somewhere? Is it stuff that he had? He was taking it to sell it? And then this random whipped cream canister. Like, out of all these contents here, all this chemical stuff and the tubing and the copper and the tools, and then you got this one random can of whipping. Quite a bit of ammo here. Fully loaded magazines and bags of loose ammo. You can tell inside the bag, he has cut the cardboard off of the box that this ammo came in. See here, this says MagTech, and then there's something written right here. It looks like it says Winchester, so that's not a bad idea. I will actually do this with my ammo. So I'll get a bunch of ammo and I'll dump it all out into an ammo can, and then I'll cut the cardboard box that it came in, and I'll throw that in the can. That way, when I open that can up, I know exactly what's in there because I have that cardboard piece in there telling me what it is versus just random loose ammo that I may not be able to identify. Here's some more green webbing that looks like this is the same stuff that he used to make a sling for his rifle. Lots and lots and lots of just junk. Like I can't stand a messy vehicle. Like you know, sometimes things happen, and you get busy, and you know something may end up in the seat, maybe a couple things in the floorboard, but like when you get time, like you clean that stuff up. No need for all this mess in that vehicle, and his house is just as worse. So this is kind of the end of the contents on this passenger side of the vehicle, I think. I don't think they show much anymore. There's a big old bag of money right here, and they don't take photographs of the money in this one. In another case from Wisconsin, they found some money in a vehicle, and they kind of took a faraway shot of it, or just a general shot of it to show that there was money there, and then they laid it out, and then they blurred out all the money. So they have this weird policy where they will blur out cash money in their photographs. I don't know why. Empty casings in the door of his car, and then what looks to be just some extra loose ammo in the front. So a couple empty casings, just a random odd assortment of stuff in there. More magazines. So he's got a pretty decent little stock of magazines there. More magazines in the glove box. So this dude was riding around with a decent amount of ammunition. I'd say that this loose ammo was found under all the junk in the car, and he probably didn't even know that this ammo was there. Like, he probably had no idea this one particular round was laying in the floorboard. Alright, and that is the end of his messy vehicle. Next we'll be taking a look at his messy house. Here are the photographs from inside of his home. We're starting off with a notepad and some writing that he has on there. Can't see it from the angle that I'm looking at it on the screen. God said, "Do not go to court unless you are fully armed or have 6 something and fully armed and will kill something who try to detain. Maybe this says detain you. Something tell you the judge has made bad decisions. Something about dad. I can't read that crap. So, crazy rantings. There's apparently a closet. He's got a scope on one shelf. Got some loose ammo here, some gun oil, some kind of books or something, extension cord, clothes hangers, Looks like a gun case of some sort. Just a random assortment of stuff. Universal base, sound system. I mean, just no organization whatsoever. Things just thrown in here. Some baby powder. It's just randomness. More ammo. Just kind of like who sets ammo in on their this looks like a bathroom sink. Like, who sets like a box of ammo and crap on their bathroom sink? Like, that just makes no sense to me. Looks like some written down password for something. Junk, like trash sitting in the sink. Like how messy of a person are you to have trash sitting in your sink? Like, you cannot clear that out and put it in the trash can? Look at this along the bed. This is straight nasty, man. Nasty. So he don't even have a bed frame. He just has a box spring with a mattress on top of it. Like, where are you, like, back in college or something? Look at this. This is nasty. Just straight, just filth. Just random rifle. Another random scoped rifle. Anderson Manufacturing. You know, some people. So when it comes to AR-15 stuff, like, there are people who really talk down on different manufacturers, and I haven't shot anything Anderson, but I have shot some Palmetto State and Bushmaster, and I remember, like, back in the day, people talked a bunch of crap about Bushmaster, like, oh, it won't hold up, you know, it breaks, blah 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 blah. And I've had a Bushmaster rifle since 2005, and I've shot it a lot, and the only problems I've ever had with that rifle was with the ammunition that I was using. And there was one time where I was with a buddy, and he had reloaded ammo, and that was just bad. And then the other time was shooting a mixture of steel cased and brass. Those are the only times I've ever had issues with that rifle. So although this is considered a cheap lower, cheap upper, guess what? It still works. And although this was not the rifle that he used, I believe the other rifle was an Anderson. Guess what? It worked for him. So I don't get too deep into like the debate of, you know, this versus that when it comes to a design that is the same. So, you know, you take this mil spec lower, and you take a Colt mil spec lower, you take a HK mil spec lower, you take a Palmetto mil spec lower, you take all the companies mil spec lowers. The measurement of distance between the interior of the mag wall to the other side of the interior of the mag wall is going to be the same. The measurement from here to there is going to be the same. It doesn't matter this trigger guard plate thing. Doesn't matter what manufacturer you buy it from. You buy a mil spec, it's going to fit in there. So all these measurements are the same. Some of the components that go into it, you know, there may be some varying quality inspection kind of things going on there. That's, you know, some stuff may be better than others. But when it comes to these lowers, you know, when they're cut out, I mean, they're pretty much the same all across the board. So I don't really get up in arms about, you know, who a lower comes from for the most part. Now, some stuff Gucci compared to others, yeah. But at the end of the day, this thing's still going to work. Who the hell keeps chainsaws in their room? What is this? Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Wisconsin Chainsaw Massacre? Like, who the hell does this? Like, do you not have a garage to put that outside in, or like somewhere else to store this stuff? Or you're gonna literally just lay it in your room? At least he has like a plastic container to kind of set this thing into, so it doesn't leak oil everywhere. The random fishing rods, like this dude, he's a mess. Delayed, so that looks like he was buying a pistol and he was delayed at some point in attempting to buy this thing. So when you go to buy a gun from a gun dealer, there's basically 3 options that will come back on your background check. You'll either pass it and they can sell to you and let you take it out the door that day. For the most part, depending on the state law, they may have like a waiting period or something, or at least the state may have something extra saying, hey, you got to wait an extra day or whatever. But by federal law, you pass that background check, you get to walk out with it that day. So they got basically pass, fail, like you do not pass this background, you are not leaving with this gun today, or delayed. And delayed means you can't take it right now, but we'll get back to you, and we'll either tell you yes, no, or if enough time has expired and you haven't gotten back to, then you can take it. Don't know what's going on here as far as that. He may have gotten a delay and then later on got an okay. So we see the date on here. 5/11/22 is when he attempted to purchase it. So it may have taken a while for him to actually take possession of this thing. A drawer with towels, ammo, gun cleaning stuff, random assortment of leather gun accessories, a random driver's license on the counter here, one random cartridge. Look at this junk, man. God, it's so messy. There's money laying on the ground, random bullet, empty casing, just trash everywhere. Yeah, just keep a lower, in the drawer. Let's keep the random screw in here too. What is this guy thinking? Looks like some paperwork from General Coin and Gun Exchange. I guess he's either selling a gun or buying a gun. Don't know for sure which. I swear, man, like the background stuff of these photos, just random. Toilet paper, some kind of cleaning stuff, Was this a screw? Another screw? Gun case? Scrub brush? Towel? Sink? Look at all these nasty Q-tips on the ground. Like, this dude literally stuck these Q-tips in his ear and just dropped them to the ground. If he wasn't using these for his ears, then I'd imagine he might have been using them for his guns. But still, like, do you not have a trash can to put that crap in? You don't have an extra grocery bag of, you know, just sitting around you can put trash in? Well, he wasn't taking care of that thing. I'm guessing this may have some type of old sentimental value possibly to it. Maybe it was his dad's gun or it's a childhood gun. But he obviously hasn't been taking care of it. Pistol in a basket. Like, keep this gun in the basket. Like, this is how guns end up on the streets. Like, literally, like, this is how, like, work. Okay, so when he's at work, or he's off in La La Land doing whatever, you know, crazy people do, who's at his house? Does he have a security guard at his house? No. Like, his house is probably empty, and these guns are just laying around. Anybody could break into his house and steal these guns. And then what happens with these stolen guns? They end up on the streets. They end up getting used on the streets. Then the anti-gun crowd takes those statistics and turns around and uses them against us. Literally, gun owners are our own worst enemy. Like, all the money this dude spent on guns and ammo, like, he couldn't afford a safe? I call bullshit on that. And when you buy guns, they come with a cable lock. I mean, he could have at least put cable locks through these things. So if someone did steal them, it's going to take them a while to get that thing working. I mean, it's not going to prevent them completely, but it would at least make things a lot more difficult for them to get that gun up and running. So is this something all lowercase Lucky Lady 74? Password. I can't really read that very well. Buck something. I don't know. I can't see what it says. Looks like empty casings. Possibly he might have been in the reloading. I can't remember if God dang, man. Like, let's go back to this one real quick. So just nasty, man. Like, not even bed sheets on this thing. Look, it was like staining on the mattress. A fishing rod. Just all kinds of junk. Just nasty. Look at it. What was it, mold? And it being a toy right here, like, I hope this wasn't the kids' room. Let's see what this crazy crap says. Also, I think Jessica should have available a job that she is able to do that doesn't hurt her ears or bones. It's my understanding Jessica worked at something in Chetek and was let go for no reason. I would like to see Jessica in a management position at a job she chooses to do, something that gets her off her feet. A deferred prosecution agreement that is fair and is not based off of containing something Jessica would like to do to support her and help her get also like a job to pay Jessica above poverty level wages, which is $80,000 per year. So I don't know if this was something he was writing to a judge potentially. So it's got, I guess, some documentation here where he's trying to pay child support, but had insufficient funds. Insufficient funds. Yeah, I wonder why you got insufficient funds. You go out and buy stuff you don't need. And you had stuff you could go sell. What do you think of a special ops mission where you and I take land, also land will take it, put beef on the open parts, start a hydroponic farm and hunt the rest for deer when we want to. We'll put our own people in the county after we eliminate certain people with special ops missions. You and I, your sons, and can have the something. Your daughter, my daughter, will run the whole county. I can train you till we become a team. Only communicate through letter, not out loud. You, me, and someone are the only ones that will know this. Also, do you want to get some beef tonight? We can run a special ops mission. I know where there is some cattle. It's wow, special ops mission. Like, this guy is out there. So this is a clear case of, like, this dude's got some mental issues, like straight up severe. Like, he's crazy. There was actually something in the incident report as well where they interviewed a woman, and it was a woman who had started dating him for a very short period of time, and I forget the details of it, but she tried calling the police and reporting him and saying that, this guy's crazy, blah blah blah. And what's the police able to do about that, right? Like, people have due process, like, they have rights, so you just can't call police and say, hey, this guy says he's talking to aliens, and he's part of the Stargate Command. He's been to different universes and different galaxies, and he's got a ray gun. You expect the police are just going to take your word and go lock someone up? No. There has to be evidence. Like, a person has to say certain things to police to get locked up. Like, they have to say that they want to cause harm to themselves, and they have to do something to cause the officer to do emergency medical detention, take them to a facility where they can be assessed, and then that facility determines whether or not they stay confined for an extra period of time, and then it goes to a court process, and the court has to go through its trial process to determine whether or not a person's rights need to be taken away from them. So yeah, I mean, she may have been truthful. You know, the relationship may have ended badly, and she may have been truthful and not trying to cause him any problems, but was legitimately concerned about his safety and the safety of others. But if there's no evidence, there's nothing the police can do. There's nothing the court can do. If there's no hard physical evidence, it literally, if that person has, if there's something to detain that person with, or even just trying to have a consensual conversation with them, if they don't want to talk, they don't have to talk. If they don't verbally say they want to harm themselves or something like that, there's nothing that can be done. So this is kind of where it's a tough spot. It really is. You don't want to create laws that can be used to easily victimize people and take away their rights unnecessarily, to violate their rights. But at the same time, we recognize, hey, there's some people out there, they're not all there. Like, this dude's talking about a special ops mission. You want to go get some beef, go get some cattle. Like, who the hell refers to it like that? Like, I'm not for, hey, you want to go to this place and get a steak, get some prime rib? Like, no one I've ever talked to, you want to get some beef? Special ops missions, like, yeah, you special, all right, you special. More just dirtiness on the floor, bunch of trash over there. This computer desk is beat all the crap. I mean, it's horrible looking. The bathroom, empty toilet paper rolls, and just look at that crap right there on the side of the toilet. Just blah. In the kitchen sink, a random casing on the windowsill. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if in his autopsy they found casings in his pockets. Oh, there we go. Looks like some stuff you're not supposed to have. Go figure. So let's back that up. Looks like some alcohol right in there. A router. Summons. So was this a handwritten summons? A 8,750 bitcoins from a business. E-Trade, Chetek High School, just Judge Babbler. Alright, this is my summons and complaint. I purchased 8,750 bitcoins from a business in 2015. I paid 68 cents each per coin. The coins were traded behind my back. This guy's, he is, like, the minute a judge received this, like, the judge should be like, yeah, come on in, and then close the doors on him and start a hearing on his mental competency. Fact, I contacted over 40 attorneys.
Fact, I have contacted State Bar Association for an attorney. Fact, unique case because of the money involved. Fact, most cases are 5,000 to 10,000. Fact, my case is in the billions of dollars. Okay. I would like this case heard in Barron County. To the facts that the coins have originated from and the other facts involved in the case. Yeah. Thank you, Glenn Perry. It looks like a kid wrote this. I guess this was his research papers. Arrested for fraud. It's almost really sad in a way. Like, this guy legitly thought that he could handwrite some crap like this and send it in and be taken serious with any legitimacy. So we can lean for a vehicle. Wow. That's a mess. What the hell is he keeping empty shotgun shell casings for? You can't. I mean, I'm no expert, but I don't like. You can't reload those. I mean, unless he had like some arts and craft thing he was doing. So, like, I actually got some empty 12 gauge casings, but that's so I can put white Christmas lights in them and turn them into shotgun shell Christmas lights. Or cut the brass off of it, put a magnet in it, and turn it into a fridge magnet. Was this a garage? Looks like maybe a garage. So I don't know what the importance of taking a photograph of this was. I guess they were just... Oh, because it says primers in there, so I guess it's some gun stuff. What is that? Food laying out? What is that? Just... Ugh. It's just a random gun sitting on top of a shelf. Okay, so I guess he did some. I think this is reloading stuff. I don't do reloading, so I don't know if this is reloading stuff or not, but I think it might be. Alright, so that is all the photographs that they've put on here from his house. Between his car and his house, the dude's got some serious issues. Anytime I've ever been into someone's home and their house looked like this, there were some obvious signs of mental issues. Like they're not all there. Reasonable people of sound minds do not live like this. They don't. I mean, no one can maintain a home or a car that is clean as a museum. Like, it cannot be of like museum quality cleanliness and organized. Like, there's just no way anyone can do that. So yeah, you're going to have some stuff laying around, but like to this extent, no. No. This is sign of mental illness. This guy was not all there. But the only way to do something about it is there has to be proof. There has to be enough of something there to drag him before a court. Like, you just can't like go to a court and say, I think this guy's weird, like, you need to check him out, and the court be like, okay, we'll drag this guy in the court. It just doesn't work like that. Like, there has to be some stuff going on to get to that point. And it's difficult. It's extremely hard. People have rights. There has to be due process. But I do think that there needs to be maybe a little bit more. Because at the end of the day, this guy needs to be locked up somewhere. People want to talk about red flag laws. Red flag laws are stupid to me. If you're saying this person is not safe enough to possess firearms, then realistically that means they're not safe enough to possess anything that could become a weapon. You don't need a firearm to kill a person. So if you're saying that they're a danger to own firearms, then owning a kitchen knife is dangerous for this person. Just lock them up. Alright, moving on. Here are the vehicle processing photos for Emily and Hunter's vehicles. So it starts out outside of the storage area where these vehicles are kept. This was obviously done for maintaining chain of custody. That way they could say it was in a secured building, no one got there and was able to tamper with it. Taking simple surround photos of this vehicle, just documenting what the exterior looks like. can barely see it. But that, and they'll take this vehicle door apart later, but right there's the bullet hole. So I would say that during transport, the vibrations of moving caused this glass to break out more than what it had. It did not obviously look like that at the scene. And sometimes this happens with glass in a vehicle. Just the mere vibration of driving down the road with it can cause the rest of that glass to shatter. I think this might be biological matter that they are trying to document. So we see a rifle, and I talked about this way earlier in the video, but that rifle, she should have had that out when going to conduct the traffic stop on this dude. This dude was documented to be making threats to kill law enforcement. It was a felony traffic stop, or high-risk traffic stop, and rifles need to be utilized in incidents like that. As she was following this guy into the city of Cameron with the intent to making a stop on him, she could have very easily disengaged the lock on that rifle, pulled it out, put the sling around her neck, charge the bolt, and get that rifle ready. And then when she would have stopped and got out of the car, she would have had that rifle aimed at that guy. And whenever he decided to pop things off, I think that if she had this rifle out, that gunfight would have been done with. She would have had a rifle that was more accurate and had better terminal ballistics than the pistol that she had.
rifles are far superior to pistols. All pistols suck. I don't care what pistol you've got. It sucks in comparison to a rifle. If you know you're going to a gunfight, bring a rifle and bring your friends with rifles. I feel 110% confident that if she had this thing out and the minute dude started to get out and get his rifle to shoot at her, she could have put a rifle round straight into his chest and put him down. And her nor Hunter would have ever died. It appears as though there's some type of tape or something around the magazine. It looks like something on the other side of the magazine right there. I don't know what that is. The lighting in these photos, because they're taking them outside, the sun is obviously super bright, and when it hits different lighter colored objects like white or other surfaces that have more of a sheen, it kind of washes the photo out and does not make for a good photograph. Pretty standard looking cargo space of a public safety vehicle. Oh wow, look, I think that's the bullet right there. I guess that dog doesn't shed a whole lot. Or she just didn't have that dog long enough, because any canine vehicle I've seen, there's dog hair everywhere. And I don't really see any dog hair. So here they've removed some of the interior trim of that door, and you can better see the bullet hole made from that rifle. They've removed the exterior here. And so this right here would have been under this weather strip. So they're putting a rod through the hole there. That's to help them figure out and determine the trajectory. So you can see that was the path of that rifle round that went through the car door and hit Emily in the face. And actually from this angle, you can see more of the window than what you could when they were trying to take photographs of the window. And you can see what it could be, just, you know, some dust and other stuff, but I think there is some biological matter on the interior of that window. See a trajectory rod through the side mirror here. All right, so that was her vehicle. Now they're going to Hunter's vehicle.
So it looks like it went through the entire back of the vehicle, hit this right here, ricocheted, went down, and hit the door. And then the round, I guess, is in that open spot somewhere. That's pretty wild. But, I mean, perfect illustration to show you that cars do not stop bullets very well. I mean, that went through the rear tailgate, went through that cargo thing that was in the back, went through the back bed of the truck, went through the rear cab portion of the truck, came through the freaking seat, and hit this harder piece of metal here, ricocheted, and went through this part of the car door. Cars just do not stop bullets very well. He has one of those middle partitioners in his as well. This is one thing I like about Dodge trucks, or trucks that have these side compartment things on the side of the bed. I think that's a pretty neat little invention. These foldable cones are pretty nice too. Saves a lot of room. looks like that might be biological matter. So he wasn't that far from his vehicle when he was shot in the head. His hat came flying off and landed pretty close to the truck. So I mean, it's not surprising that blood and brain matter would have made it that far to the vehicle. He obviously didn't make it to that side of the vehicle when he got hit. If that's blood, then I would suspect that is from Perry. Maybe it looks a little too clean. And that all the way up in there, it's possible that when the tow truck got there to tow the vehicle, the tire, when it was being dragged on the rollback, the tire picked up blood. But there would be no way that would be going fast enough to do that, though. So I have no idea if that is blood. I have no idea how that would have made it up there the way it did. So now they've gone back to Emily's vehicle. I guess they were doing the interior layout of the contents and are laying them out on the inside so they'd be better protected, so the wind don't blow them away. That, or they just got tired of standing out in the sun. Realistically, I think that they should have done all those other photographs inside the building. I think that would have had better control of the lighting. No telling how long that thing has been owned by that police department. I mean, that thing's probably been around for a while. That's right. So I remember, yeah, the autopsy stuff, or I can't remember if it was autopsy or someone describing the wounds that she had. Someone that said that she had a gunshot wound through her left eye. So I guess she had to have been wearing these when she got shot, because the glass is missing and that arm thing, whatever you call that piece on the eyeglass, is missing. And it's crazy to think that when she got hit, that thing just flung all the way over here. So now they've gone into Hunter's vehicle. It's got 3 different jackets. And if he would have got his rifle out, I think it would have made a huge difference. And that is all of the photographs for the vehicles. So the incident report is about 1,000 pages long, and it is not exactly in order. So of the 2 different video formats that I'll be doing, with commentary and without commentary, even for the without commentary side of it, going through 1,000 pages and trying to have about 5 seconds a page before going on to the next, that would be a minute. And going through each page and having commentary on some of the stuff, 1,000 pages, that's going to be super long. So what I'll do for the video presentation is I'll provide a link to Wisconsin's website that has all this
information in it, has the pictures, has the videos, has this incident report, and you can go there and you can look at it yourself. You can take the time to go through the almost 1,000 pages of stuff, because it's a lot. There's a lot of documents from police interactions with him, and it's simple stuff like him having stuff stolen from him. So him making theft reports, there's actually one report where he called the police and say that he was locked in a shooting range, like they were locked in, they couldn't get out. There's another one, he worked at some place and wanted to report a theft at that location, and then another time calling in saying he couldn't get the door to lock or something like that. Just a lot of stuff. And then the reports from that is very extensive, and then it goes into like some technical things. They take Emily's and Hunter's vehicles and they download the vehicle information from the vehicle's computer, and it is several pages long of just it talking about if a brake light's working or not, and whether this fuse, what it's saying. I mean, there's just a lot of unnecessary pages in there. You know, for example, this one right here, right off the top of the bat, you don't know what the heck this stuff is. This is stuff that's just, some smart, nerdy person's going to need to know about. The interviews are all kind of scattered around. The autopsies are scattered around. It's just not very well put together. So go to the link and go look through this stuff yourself, and you can see exactly everything that I've seen and know exactly what I'm talking about. I've pretty much, for the commentary side of the video, I've pretty much talked about all the stuff that is in the incident report. For the non-commentary video, you're just going to have to go to the website to look through all those pages. And as you can see, like I was saying, just pages and pages and pages of just useless information. Alright, so that's it. If you like what you hear and see, go ahead and give me a like and a share. If you have not already, hit the subscribe button and stay tuned for more Monday quarterback videos. Earl Henderson, Primordial Defense. Thank you for watching.